Alrighty, hello everybody, how's it going? Hope y'all are doing well. Happy Wednesday. Sorry for the slightly late start. I was waiting for a super loud jet to go by overhead before I actually turned on my microphone because it's super loud. Alright, we're gonna do some more Elden Ring, continuing with our consumables only playthrough for now. I don't know that we'll be able to finish this before I go on my trip that starts on Saturday. That's when I leave. I gotta leave at like 2 in the morning. um, which will be real fun. But I'm hoping to be able to stream possibly both. Well, obviously I'm streaming today, but hopefully maybe tomorrow and Friday as well. We'll see. I don't know if I'll get the chance to stream both days, but yeah, we'll just see how it goes. I would have liked to have streamed earlier this week as well, but uh, I had planned on just kind of getting some work done, and I had some, last minute check things to do just kind of with the guide stuff because we had like our official wrap up meeting then as well. So that's now finally fully done, aside from any like little translation questions that somebody might message me about or something. And then Tuesday I had like another client meeting, so that was like smack dab in the middle of like the time that I would be streaming, so that just wasn't really an option. But yeah, so thankfully we got the chance today, and I will hopefully be able to at least one more day this week before I leave, if not both days. So we'll see. Anyway, yeah. So where exactly did we leave off? It's been a while because we had still kind of a lack of stream days in the previous weeks, and the last couple of streams that I've done, or like 3 maybe, were all conscript, I think. So we have not played for a little bit. I think we still have yet to do. No, I did the lion apparently. I was thinking I had done that. We have not done Castle Ensis, that much I remember for sure. Apparently I need to do Bonnie Jail still. That's the one with the Curse Blade boss, Labirith. We've not done the Scorpion River Catacombs. I'm just trying to like figure out what dungeons and or major bosses we have left to do, because it shouldn't be that much at this point. We've already done a lot. We finished Emir's quest line and did Medir and all that. We have done Darklight. We did all of the Abyssal Woods with the exception of we have not killed Midra yet, so that is another big boss to go yet. Or Bale, for that matter. We have the Grace up there, but we have not killed Bale. But we did kill the Putrescent Knight. So in terms of like major boss fights, if you want to even consider them that, like you could kind of say the Divine Beast is technically sort of a major boss. It's not really, but it's at least like a set piece boss, comes with its own cutscene and all that. So Divine Beast is done. Putrescent Knight is done. We've done both Divine Beasts, in fact, because that one's dead too. But we have not done R'hllana. So we did Ymir and Medir's stuff. We've done Gaius and the Shattertree Avatar. And the Hippo over here. So we have not done Mesmer yet, obviously, or Romina over here. But then I think that'll be it. So yeah, it's Midra, R'hllana, Mesmer, Romina, and then our Anir'Alim bosses, and then that's it as far as like the big stuff goes. And then as for little stuff, we have, I think, not all 3, 2 of the jails and 1 catacomb left, I think, because we've done Fog Rift and we've done Darklight. So we should just have that other one left. We've done all the forges; those don't have bosses anyway. Oh, we still have the big red rune bears to do. We could start off killing those, I suppose. I kind of was like a little hesitant to do them because I don't think that they'll necessarily be overly hard for consumables only, but they're kind of annoying to fight because it's either I get in really close and just use knives. But with the big red bears, they have like some bigger AoEs up close, especially once they kind of go through their like soft phase transition, which becomes like really annoying to deal with when you're trying to stay up close to them. And we could just kind of do the old distance strat, which will work better for consumables only. However, they can catch up to you really quickly, so you have to be very careful. But that's probably the strat we'll use, is just like kukri and keeping our distance until, you know, maybe like hit him with some rot pots first or something. I guess that's at least a seemingly viable strategy. We could also kill the furnace golems, but I'm gonna just leave the furnace golems for later, if I bother to kill them at all, because technically they're not bosses. And I want to at least leave the one in the ancient ruins of Rao alive until the end, because this one allows us to kind of rune farm if we absolutely need to rune farm to buy anything. Just that way I don't have to like waste time killing stuff normally, and or not just time but resources that I'd have to farm back up. So yeah. Speaking of, we should be still good on resources, I think, because the last time I played like on stream was a while ago, and I've done a fair bit of farming since then. So yeah, we have like, we're fully stocked on volcanic stone. There's probably even more than that in storage. I did take the time to get like a handful of stuff for potentially even making hefty volcano pots, as well as some others. We could make literally 100 hefty rod pots, so that's looking pretty good now. And yeah, I farmed up like a handful of little things, not everything. Like the hefty fly pots I probably won't even use, so I just kind of didn't bother. But we can get these if we absolutely have to. I just don't really see the fly pots as ever being particularly good, because even though bleed is good, these particular types of pots are just really hard to use consistently, because they do leave a damaging cloud, so to speak, like the volcano pot does, but it doesn't do very much damage. It's all about just kind of hoping to inflict bleed, and on like a lot of the bigger bosses, especially stuff that just does not sit still very much, like it's just really hard to inflict bleed with these. It's much easier to just use like kukri or something like that. And even then, if I really want to inflict bleed that bad, I'd probably be better off just using regular swarm pots, just because they're faster. Even though the stuff to craft them is also kind of annoying to farm, and it takes place of all of our volcano pot crafting materials in terms of cracked pots. However, I would only be using these if volcano pots weren't really warranted. So hefty fly pots are still an option, like on top of that at least, but I just don't see us using them much. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And late in the game, we might need to consider using Golden Vows and Exalted Flesh and Sacred Bloody Flesh or whatever, you know, just for extra buffage. But we'll see. I haven't really needed it yet, so. All right, I think let's go start with the Rune Bears, the Great Red Bears, whatever you want to call them. We'll get going from there. Also, let me dismiss this notification really quick. So I know the stream is live. Just click on the game really quick to make sure that we're good. There we go. Okay. All right. So let's see. Like I said, it's been a while, so I'm probably going to be a little rusty because we have not played this particular game, or more specifically this challenge, for I have not played it for at least a couple weeks, or at least as far as the challenge and just playing it on stream is concerned anyway. I probably farmed less than 2 weeks ago, but for farming, like, that doesn't usually involve doing a lot of actual fighting of anything, so in fact it's pretty much none. So I'm trying to think if I should probably remove some of these other bears first, but get them out of the way. But I'm hoping that even if we do run into them, that they won't be too much of a problem. I thought I had more of these crafted. I should have made some before I finished my farming. Okay. So I guess let's flask. That's all I'm gonna do right now, but I'm gonna run in and throw this. Unfortunately, one is not enough. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. Like, these things catch up to you so fast. Two is enough. All right, good. See, that particular attack, like, you can kind of strafe it, but I need like a better means of just getting out of the way of it. This torrent is getting smacked up pretty bad here. That should have been fully jumped, so I don't know what happened there, but a nice stagger. Well, we're probably gonna die now, so I'm just stuck on the ground. Finally got a bleed. Okay, but rot has worn off, so... As long as we're not insta-dying, it's fine. Okay, we're good. That could have been smoother, but I feel like the strat at least works. Thankfully, after that big leaping attack, they don't instantly start attacking usually, so that's good. What is the damn control here? Oh, it took me a second to remember. All right. We come up and do the other one, I guess. What do we need for levels at this point? We're almost up to 300k. We don't even really need to keep leveling, but I just don't really see the point in just kind of like sitting on runes for no reason during this run. Like, we may as well just get whatever efficacy that we can out of our consumables, so... but we've already got 60 of both strength and dex. I might respec at some point, like especially towards the very end of the game, if it feels like intelligence or faith or anything, or arcane aren't really doing us any favors. We might as well just pump those into more dex and strength or endurance or whatever. Or even potentially vigor, just for that survivability, just because we aren't really generally wearing much armor, which does make a huge difference, so... okay, let's craft up a couple more of these. And I guess let's go kill the other one. I'm not sure if there's a stake near this one, the other one, or not. There's a stake of Marika near the first one for sure, but... main feeling here is that I just would prefer to not aggro anything other than the red bear. This one is Regalia, right? The first one that we just fought was Ralva. Alright, but same deal. We'll rot her, or him, her, I don't know. And then we'll switch to Kukri. Podman looking strapped. Yes, indeed. How's it going, Winterheart? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. She was already turning towards me. Alright, let's flask up again. I probably could have switched to something different with, should probably not have gone for 2 there. I might get killed. Okay, it worked. Oop, shit. That was really stupid. I forgot how close to a cliff she is. And I was just keeping my camera entirely on her the whole time, which was not smart. Alright, it's alright. We can do that again. Let's go back to it being daytime, though. It gets way too, like, foggy out in this particular area when it gets to be night. I guess it is morning already. We just have the extra foggy weather. Let's try noon, see if it'll clear. Well, decided not to, but that's at least a little bit better visibility anyway. Alright, I'll grab my runes first just to make sure we don't lose like that 200k there so that we can level again soonish. I'm trying to grab some of the Hornstern excrement that's like in the area, but I'm not really going to make it a priority. I don't really see us using a lot of poison pots, or hefty poison pots specifically. Because I feel like the only person I'd even want to potentially use it against would be like Radon, and he's just... It's going to take too long, I think, to get that going. There's supposed to be a second one there, but Torrent kind of just turned around instead. Excuse you? How'd that hit me? Okay, good bleed. Just going for the roar. Fortunate that other one missed, but we got a lucky headshot there. She kind of turned into it. Oh, that's bullshit. That's some fucking bullshit. We're dead. I literally couldn't do anything. I was just stuck on the ground the entire time. I can't believe she actually reached us with that one. I'm not sure if that's a Rugalia specific thing, because I don't think Ralva was using that particular attack. The like vacuum claw swipes, yes, but not that like leaping one so much. Just happened to be a little too close, I guess, so we'll have to watch out for that in phase 2. But that was going fine otherwise. We just got kind of robbed in that one moment. grab my rooms and quit out. I'm not sure if we can get these without getting seen. I think I might have forgotten to use my flask last time too. Which might have helped a little bit. She didn't fully spot us. Okay, we're good. Again, some of these like very bizarre hits here. Oh, great, super fucking buffered Kukri. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. Unfortunate. Or almost very unfortunate. See, I was thinking she was doing that one, but she did the, like, extra running one. That attack still just kind of sucks. 1, 2. 6 heals left. I have to, like, heal the horse, too. That's why I'm bothering to heal as much as I am. I kind of want to rot her again, but I don't know if we're going to really have the chance. Why, man? It's so inconsistent. I mean, granted, I'm trying to dodge with a horse, but I just wish you could do that more consistently. Okay, good bleed. Alright, should have done that earlier. Alright, we got there. A little scuffed, but, well, more than a little. She's roughly there. Okay. I guess we could, since we're already here, we could go do the catacombs here next, Scorpion River. Because I think we've done the other 2 catacombs, we just haven't done this one. So I guess that will be fine. To think of like which, if Scorpion River is going to end up being like the most rough of the 3, I'm not sure. Maybe Darklight would have been, because we've already done Darklight, and Darklight has some nasty bits, but I feel like Scorpion River actually has some worse enemies in it. Specifically with the Catacomb Conjurers, or Liches as we used to call them. Skeletal mage guys in here. There's the one with like the mortar version of their spell. They have a whole set of spells that I'm kind of surprised they didn't give to the players. I'm not sure if it's just a like they ran out of time thing or what, but like there's no death sorceries otherwise in the DLC, and like these guys clearly have their very own death sorcery spells. But because they have like weird ricochet properties, I don't know if they just kind of felt like they just weren't able to make something like that work, or like feel balanced in PvP and stuff. Especially because, like, outside they'd be kind of useless when they don't really, like, the ones that ricochet specifically, because they'd be really hard to bounce off of anything. And otherwise, the ones that you just kind of use as, like, or that just can kind of continue to fire projectiles along their trajectory or whatever, like, is not so bad, but I don't know. It's a little weird. Alright, I don't think we should need purifying or rejuvenating boluses. I keep forgetting that I don't actually have the recipe for them. I could probably go get that, but if we just do our best to kind of run by, we should be okay. There's a few here anyway, which we could just throw on the bar for temporarily, just in case we really, really need it. Alright, so this one, let me just aggro this guy and get him to come back here so I'm not dealing with him. Yeah, that's a lot of Deathblade buildup. What we might want to do is just throw on some armor. Just while we're making some of the run here, as much as it'll lower my defense and stuff, like just a little bit of vitality would be good. Because we're currently sitting at 231/52. I don't really know exactly what that means, but anything with like a bit of good vitality on it. Let's see, 83 on that. It's not overly heavy just because I don't want to be like in, I'd prefer to stay in medium load. 108. I like the preceptor stuff, so I guess we can just throw that on. With gloves, we'd be in medium load, though, so maybe just the chest piece and see what kind of... It's a lot more resistance. Alright, we'll just rock that temporarily while we're in here, so that we're not, like, at such a high risk of just getting death-bladed immediately. Rolled that somehow. Didn't really seem like it, but it could also just be because I got stuck on the corner there a little bit. Will say that I kind of wish these guys took a few less of these things to kill. I guess we could switch to this just to see if it does a little bit more, but it probably won't do much. Generally speaking, it's still going to take us like 5 each time, roughly. Which is not terrible, but if you run into like a group of them, it could get a little messy. Let's see. Technically, we don't need the item that's in there. I'm pretty sure it's just some glovewort anyway, unless I'm thinking of the wrong thing, but I guess I'll just quickly do it anyway, because we have materials and all that. There's the other one. 'Twas indeed just some glove wart that we did not need, but that's alright. Alright. This part, I don't know if I really want to be overly exploratory. There's like a lot of optional enemies we could kill, but there's a lot of stuff we just frankly don't need in the slightest. We should probably do with these guys is get their attention. From a bit of a distance. Walk into the trap, maybe. Right? Work. And then I want to say that guy's a little bit weird when it comes to like targeting him with anything from a super long distance. Like he just gets like weird iframes or something until you get a little closer. At least I ran into issues with like actually being able to hit him with anything before. Shit, this stupid fucking corner. Damn it, I knew I was gonna get hit by that too. Okay, I got stuck against the wall. Definitely an enemy that should not have given us anywhere near that much trouble, but whatever. I don't feel like I normally struggle with those guys. I'm not sure why that one was so particularly painful, but I suppose normally I don't use darts on them, though. It's usually just volcano pots on those guys. Huh. Did they change the radius for that? Because I don't remember that activating that far back. This is becoming a problem. This didn't used to activate all the way over here, and now it's gonna make it difficult to actually jump up onto that thing. So I gotta wait this out. So they must have changed something, because it used to be that you could stand safely over here without that ever activating on you. So I don't know why that's suddenly a thing. Maybe you can line of sight it with the railing. Okay, that works. I can get on the thing. was still getting hit by it there. Jesus Christ. Alright, we gotta use one of these. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why. If they changed the radius on that, that's kind of dumb. I don't know why they made that, like, hit you from so much further back. So we can pick that up. It's not like we're really going to use it on this character, but as well. Alright, let's see here. Getting low on FP. That is going to be a little bit of a concern when we get towards the final bit of this, just because the Death Knight, I don't know what all we're going to use against him, but we only have the one FP flask to recharge with. Now, if we die, you know, we'll get a Stake of Marika use right outside, and we'll probably be fine after that, but I'd prefer if it didn't come to that. Just do that preemptively. I don't want to run out of FP in the middle of fighting one of these dudes. I guess what I should probably do while I'm running through some of this is just throw on, like, the Blessed Blue Dew Talisman, because that'll alleviate the FP concerns. The question is, do I have something worth changing? Not really, but I guess we could put it on over this for now. That's not adding that much damage for these. It does add a little, but it doesn't do very much. But just so we're not running out before the boss fight. It's not running out completely anyway. Okay. This is the room I am most concerned about, because you got multiple guys in here, specifically imps, but there's that one lich and he's got the stupid mortar ability. Yes, target him. There we go. Alright, that could have been a little smoother, but went totally fine otherwise. Thankfully, the thing that I was trying to get happen did happen. He targeted an imp for me since I had made him go haywire, but that was a little risky, though, the way that it went off. Is there really anything down here that we really want? That's probably like a great grave or ghost glovewort, maybe. Just some basilisks down here, which we can more or less ignore, I think. There's not really anything else there. I don't believe. I think it's just that item, really. It's kind of weirdly laid out. You'd think that they'd put the item over there instead, so that no matter which direction you're coming from, you'd have to deal with the basilisks in order to get the item. But instead, you can just kind of, I guess it's there so that if you like kind of accidentally roll down here to evade what these guys are doing, then, you know, you end up in that room with the basilisks. Then there is a treasure down there to get, so there's at least something waiting for you, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of weird. There's nothing there. It's got a little bit screwed there. Oops. One too many. Alright. Thankfully, again, since we can buy cracked crystal, I don't think we have to worry too much about how much of that, like, we end up going through. You know, one thing I feel like they could have done with these eyes to make them just a little bit more dangerous. I mean, it's not like people don't get killed by them at all, but it would have been interesting if they had made it so that if you get touched by them, that, like, they just build up a huge amount of death blight. I'm sure that would mostly just annoy people, but I just feel like I'm a little surprised they didn't do something like that, honestly. Because the amount of death blight that they build up just by looking at you is already a bit of a thing, but, like, it just feels like they should be extra dangerous if you were to touch them. Alright, we gotta wait for them to come back. Technically, we don't. Alright, we should be coming up on the boss now, I believe. So let's switch this back out for something else. I guess the question is, what are we going to be using on the boss? Maybe volcano pots? I'm trying to remember how much we really used those on them to begin with. I'm not sure if it was particularly good or not. Because I know we fought one Death Knight before, but I genuinely just don't remember. Alright, I think before I fight this boss, also because there's a super loud plane going overhead, I'm going to take a real quick restroom break before we go, and then we'll get this going. So yeah, just give me like 1 minute, I will be right back. Alrighty, I am back. I guess we could throw this back off, although we are still on light load, so I don't know. We should get a little bit more damage if we don't do this, though. Slightly more, I think. I'm not sure exactly where the threshold is, although we're probably in like tier 3 already, so the blue dancer charm probably doesn't do that much for us, honestly, but whatever. So take this off. Okay, let's give it a try. Okay. A little bit robbed on that one. He just sort of zigzagged around the pillar. Just gonna, yep, do it again. I think we probably used darts on this guy instead of volcano pots previously. The other one, I mean. So I don't think the use it's still long enough for this to be overly great. Ooh, those aren't very good either. I mean, they're not terrible, but there's damage. Probably be better off using something else. Shit, went over his head. So the one thing about Kukri that I'm not the biggest fan of is that they're not very fast. What? Okay. Snuck that one through. I can't. Okay, thanks, camera. Camera did a bit of a weird action there. Should not have gone in that direction for sure. Okay, just don't roll, I guess. Just for the nice eaten input there. Wonder if round rocks are any good against these guys. Okay, that was a little bit of an early dodge. I have 4 heals left because I didn't have full heals to begin with. Let's bait out something so we can try round rocks on them. I just want to see if they actually stagger. They do, although their damage is not really amazing. It's not terrible. I don't know if they're susceptible to rot or not. I rolled that. I don't know what you're talking about, game. Okay. Ooh, almost screwed that up. Come on, game, that's fucking bullshit. There's no way that fucking hit me. he just do a lightning backwards? I don't know if I've seen that before. Alright. It's a little scuffed again, but we got him there. And I think we might have enough for another level, too. Yep, we do. Sick. Okay, that's, I think all the catacombs done now. Fort of Reprimand is done. So we have 2 jails to do. I still don't know that the Lamenter's jail is going to be very easy to do, just because of all the stupid clones. The Lamenter himself isn't really too much of a problem, it's just the clones are probably going to be really rough. Unless we can find a good way of eliminating them quickly. Maybe hefty red lightning pots will somehow do the trick if they're not too spread out. Might be able to eliminate at least a handful of them with one blast or something. It's worth giving it a try, I suppose. Otherwise, I guess we could do Bonnie Jail just to get that one out of the way, since we're just kind of clearing dungeons at this point. But I gotta craft up some stuff. I guess for now, let's just put the Fire Scorpion Charm back on so we've got it. Okay. Yeah, so that's good. Let's just head back this way and go to Bonnie Jail. Keep going for now, I guess. Since should change. Sorry, I just had to check something real quick. Wow, I really fucking threaded the needle on that one myself. I was wondering if his projectile would happen to get caught on the chains as well, but as I was trying to retarget, I also threw my pot at the chains somehow. Still kind of feel like I need more damage somehow. Maybe I should still just be throwing extra points into dexterity and strength just to get every like last little ounce of damage out of pots and stuff that I can get. Let me open this, but I always forget I need to go back. Oh, target the other guy. I need to go back and ride the one pot down because there's an extra hefty cracked pot we can get. I suppose that's something we probably should have done this area earlier just to get, well, both jails earlier just so we could get more, the last two, like, hefty cracked pots that we need. I'm pretty sure 10 is the, yeah, I'm, like, dead sure 10 is the max, but, what I'm trying to remember is, yep. I was like, where does this guy show up? Is it in this room or the other? I want to get ambushed by that guy. Or this guy. And there we go. Now we're up to 9 of those. And then the remaining one should just be in Lamenter's jail, I think. That's really where the majority of all the pots are, is just in the various jails, but obviously you find a few in other spots too. All right. Now we can head down. And probably wouldn't hurt to throw on our lantern, which I always forget is not in there. We have to actually go into the inventory for it. So we can see a little bit better. Oh, that is not where I was aiming just now. I hope I've gone the correct way here. I wanted to go, yeah, not towards progress first, which should be where we've gone, I believe. Oh, hi. Oh. Yep, okay. Let's make some more of those then real fast, since we've already used up a bunch. And then back down we go. Now we can go out the actual intended way. I don't know that we'll ever really need the Stalwart Horn Charm, but again, I still just kind of like picking everything up. Cold fire damage. Persistent fire damage at that. Okay, let's head out this way. And I wish there was a, this is really not anything for... I guess I could kind of use the item by type to make it a little bit better, but my issue is that, like, I wish that the crafting menu was something that you could put, like, favorites on, so that you didn't have to, like, try to scroll and find the thing that you're looking for to craft. It's not really an issue, is what I was saying, I think, outside of, like, this sort of run, really, where you're trying to do, like, a consumables only thing and therefore have the reason to actually be crafting super duper frequently. But even so, it would it's just one of those, like, little things that I think would be nice, and people would probably still appreciate having it, even if they weren't really doing a consumables only run, because still people are going to occasionally want to do, you know, other stuff that just involves, you know, like, maybe they're doing a dexterity focused run with a bow or whatever, and they do a lot of crafting of arrows or something, even if they're not necessarily crafting all the time, or, you know, what have you, and there's just, like, specific types of arrows that they almost always end up crafting. It would be nice, of course, to be able to just immediately find those instead of having to scroll for them, which... yeah, that's definitely just, like, part of my issue with it, is, like, having to, like, come back into the menu frequently looking for, you know, just whatever. Fairly certain I've tested this before, but I just want to make sure this is not something I can actually smack down. Seem to be aiming high enough for it. I'm like pretty sure I've tested that before. It doesn't, like, break randomly. It's not really the type to anyway. It'd just be interesting since it's like this one little lonely hanging pot there. Yeah, it's literally people pointing it out to say like there's nothing there. It just looks like a weird conspicuous hanging pot. Since there are other hanging jars, although not really of the same model, but there's other hanging jars in the DLC that you do break open for, like, cookbook recipes and shit, so obviously it would kind of stand out and make you potentially think that there would be something there. I rolled. What the hell, game? Just saw, yeah, there he is. So we might as well pick up these frozen maggots while we're here. I don't know that we'll end up really using hefty freezing pots at all, but I feel like, I don't know. Hefty rot pots obviously are very useful, but outside of those, I kind of feel a little bit like a lot of the hefty pots just don't seem that great. Hefty rock pots aren't bad, at least on a run, you know, where you've got like the stats for it, and I definitely do. But again, I don't know why most of the time you wouldn't just use like a regular attack over a hefty rock pot. It doesn't really seem useful so much in that regard at that point. Like, I'm sure that the hefty freezing pots like do a decent amount of frostbite buildup. It's just when most of the time, like if you really need frostbite, like it's easy enough to just use the regular ones anyway. Now, obviously in the DLC, like a lot of stuff does have higher resistances, so at that point maybe the hefty would be considered better, but the slowness of it plus the like higher rarity of materials just kind of makes hefties feel like oftentimes they just aren't really going to be the greatest choice. But it does depend. Because yeah, I think generally having the option to, you know, like use whatever cracked pots and ritual pots that you want to use. Okay. You know, in general, and then just have hefties as like a third option, so that if you're just only occasionally using like certain status ailment ones and you don't want to have to like craft like if you're focusing on just trying to do as much fire damage as possible but you still want to be able to rot something, then obviously having like your volcano pots and or, you know, other fire based pots between cracked and ritual pots is probably the way to go. But then you also still have the option for hefty rot pots to kind of rot the thing that you want, so that I think that's kind of the most optimal setup. Because even though there's hefty fire pots and hefty furnace pots as well, and hefty volcano pots on top of that, if rot is still an option, like it would be better off, just so you don't have to use as many of these, you'd be better off just kind of using that for that reason. And then that way you can focus on just using the other pots as your main source of like damage output. So you just kind of have that like third one going for you the rest of the time and not taking up your, you know, your available slots, so to speak. I think in that regard, it's definitely a useful thing to have like the hefties, but they could have put in like any other new type of pot. And I don't even think that it's a bad idea for them to be like on the bigger side. But they've made them like the trade-off is that they're just super big, so they tend to be pretty effective, but they're also just very slow as a result. Figured I'd get hit there. He should be able to mash out of it, though. Unfortunately, he got iframes while doing that, though. Good aim. And we're coming up on the boss now. We're only going to have maybe 10 heals. I'm trying not to heal before we get there so we don't waste another one. Okay. Now, for this guy, I'm trying to think what's going to be particularly good against the Curse Blade. Hitting him with Rot would probably be nice, but, like, actually consistently hitting this dude with Rot is a different story altogether. Hey, Dodo, how's it going? Good to see you. You sure about those new channel point redeems? Obviously they're a bit risky, but, you know, it's not like I have to do them necessarily. Like, obviously, excuse me, in the spirit of doing, you know, keeping up with, like, the point redeems, like, and I did make them kind of pricey so people wouldn't just, like, spam them, you know, but, you know, I figure it kind of gives us a means of making, like, a game, you know, if it's applicable to even do that sort of thing, of, allowing for, in, like, another playthrough of something to kind of just add a momentary challenge to it just for fun. Now, if I'm already doing a game where I'm doing a challenge run and you try to do the, you know, like, you could do the wear this armor thing, but if you say, like, use this weapon, unless it's like an actual consumable, like, I'm not going to do it because that would just kind of go against the challenge I'm currently doing. So in that case, I would just have to refund the points or give you an option to ask me to do something different. As for, like, the ban a button thing, it's just one button at a time, so, like, you can redeem it multiple times if you want to ban multiple buttons potentially, but I'd probably do them, like, one after another potentially. I guess it would depend on the game. It just has to be, like, applicable, you know. But the point is, they're there for fun. I don't know if people will even use them at all. And in my current challenge run, I probably won't do much of that sort of thing, just because obviously there's only so much I can do in this current challenge run to begin with. Now, I'm not saying I would be completely opposed to it if one came up, such as, like I said, if you wanted me to put a particular piece of armor on, or you wanted to ban a button, like no dodging, like, I'll still give it a try, but, like, I'm more than likely just gonna die. That's just how it's gonna go, because this sort of character doesn't have any other real resources to use. I guess we'll try to rot this guy off the bat. I don't know how well it's gonna work, but let's just give it a shot. Okay. Just keeps missing. And we got grabbed. And the recovery time for that grab is, like, really lengthy. It's being a real dick right now. Come on, just give me a chance to do something here. Come on, game. Just a chance for anything, please. Yeah, he just... Okay, I did hit him. It did work, thankfully, finally. What? Still? How is that, like, just getting... like, negating my fucking dodge rolls entirely? Okay, thanks for the buffered attack. This fight is going so... Just hit him, for fuck's sake. I don't think the rot was really necessary, honestly. We already do plenty of damage to this guy. It's just... just wasting a bunch of fucking time and resources trying to hit him with rod pots that just won't land because he just fucking flails in the air constantly. I don't know how I did not dodge roll at least one of those grabs, though. Like, that timing was not bad, so I don't know why I just kept, like, negating the dodge entirely. It was, like, just ignoring that I was doing dodge rolls. Oh, I'm out of fly mold. Oh, shit. Buy more. Well, I guess we'll just go do that really quick. That one's done at least. I hate buying fly mold because it's expensive. We need it. We can always farm up some runes, which I might just do a little, like, couple of rune farms real quick just to kind of mitigate some of the loss of having to buy this because it's super expensive. It's 2,500 just for one. It's kind of crazy. You can craft up a few more of those, and I think everything else is fine. What about stock here? Getting around the 400 mark for both of these is not too bad. I might have to buy more after today's stream, but we'll probably be okay for the rest of the stream. Anyway, Dodo, it's good to see you, dude. I hope you're doing well today. Yeah, let me just quickly farm up a little bit of runes just to kind of mitigate some of that loss, just so we can level up again relatively soon. I don't usually like doing rune farming for this point, but I would have... It's not really so much that I'm rune farming for the level. I'm doing it.
Heyday love, heyday love, heyday love.
To offset the... to offset the cost of those stupid fly molds. Also, how's it going, Charlie? Thank you so much for the 54 months. And Nicole, who cannot pronounce my emotes at all properly, but, you know. Charlie, how are the rest of the games? Are you guys still going, or did you just finish? Finished. Nice. Did you manage to get any wins? I know that I think what your first game was a win, or at least the first one that I came in to see you guys playing, which I think was the first one. Last one was finally a win. All right, nice. Yeah, I know you guys had like some kind of rough ones today, but it's just how it goes sometimes. I am excited to kind of finally get to be able to do some gaming again here now that I don't know if I said to you specifically, but we had our official wrap-up meeting on Monday, so yeah, I'm done. I'm freed. Yep, I'm done. I mean, there's still the possibility that someone will have like a question or two for me in terms of like anything that's like getting translated. They might have to ask like, what does this mean specifically or something, but aside from that, yeah, there's nothing to do. Stuff has been sent to print, I believe, officially. I'll do one more just for the hell of it, but then that should be good enough, even though it won't have us be quite where we were before. It's a little cheap to be doing rune farming for this purpose in general, but like I said, those fly molds just cost so much fucking money that This feels like a giant setback, but I'd rather buy them because farming them is just not really viable. They don't drop in any sort of rate that would be worth farming them. Thank fuck in that regard you actually can buy them, because it would really, really suck if you couldn't. So I got GD the Yeti mug. Oh yeah, you showed that off on, you did stream on GD's birthday, and you were drinking out of it, right? So, but yeah, I'm glad that that y'all like it. I really like the Yeti mugs. They're nice. Where should I go? We've done, I mean, we have one more jail I guess we could do. Why does this, I don't know why the Ancient Ruins gives me frame issues. Like, it starts getting a little framed up in this place. I guess we could try the Lamenter's jail. I'm concerned that the clones of the Lamenter are going to just be, like, extremely difficult to deal with consumables only. I mean, they're difficult to deal with in general. My back fucked me. Standing up is fucked because of that, but my girl's coming over here instead. I need to travel over there, so nice. Oh, nice. I don't know. Could ask her for like a back massage or something. Maybe that'll help. I feel like my game just feels framier than it was a minute ago, and I don't know why. I feel like this just happens sometimes in the DLC, just because some parts of the DLC still feel like they're not super well optimized. Just, do something really quick here, just make sure that nothing's interfering. There shouldn't be anything, but... Yeah, so now that we are like officially done with the guide though, like I've got my Pennsylvania trip coming up in a few days. We've got to leave at 2 in the morning on Saturday and drive all day to Pennsylvania. Probably get there around like 4 or 5 in the afternoon or evening, I guess would be correct to say. And then I'll be there for like 10 days ish, I think. Yeah, so as far as like future press stuff is concerned, I'm still trying to make arrangements for final payment stuff and everything, but other than that, there's really not anything that I specifically need to do, I think. Not quite where that was supposed to go, but... Did your AI break? This is one of the extra large ones that takes way less damage. Or rather, not takes less damage, but has way more health. Freaking jar dwellers. Yeah, we'll be driving there, but both my mom and my brother will be coming along, so we'll be able to split it up a little bit, so it's not just like one person driving for 13 to 14 hours. With stops, of course. Cisco will be coming along too, of course. Resolution is the proper... Yeah, it is. I don't know what it is, man. I just feel like I'm noticing like a slight lack of smoothness, like we're just dropping some frames or something. It's not stuttering or super laggy or anything. It just doesn't seem as smooth as it should be. Like right now, it seems okay, but like there's spots where it's just... the frame rate does not seem as smooth. I don't know what's going on. There should be no way that ray tracing is on, yeah. I wonder if I like turned something on really high. I don't. If I did, I don't know what it would have been though. Lighting quality, maybe. Just for when I was like fucking around and taking pictures for the guide, because sometimes I had to mess with stuff. I don't feel like anything I change has really had much effect on it, so I don't know. Maybe it's just running weird. So Elden Ring does have like kind of, generally speaking, not the best in terms of optimization. Oop, okay, you were already dead. Yeah, my thinking though is that obviously we've made some plans with Marcus and crew to do some co-op-y things once we get back, but I've got some other games and stuff that I want to do as well, just once we have things kind of lined up. I was talking about maybe doing some Outlast trials with Moist and Jules, but also Dodo. Dodo, if you're still interested in that, that is. So I think Outlast trials would be fun. I don't know if we'll be able to do it as like a bigger group or not, but we can just try to make it work here and there. But it's, you know, I don't usually play the Outlast games much. I have played the first one and Whistleblower, but I've never streamed it just because, again, I'm not really into playing like most just pure horror games because I just don't really get scared by them, so I just feel like I don't react. It's fun to play them with other people though, at least other people who react, because then I can just sort of laugh. I just get to laugh when people get scared, I guess, you know. And you know, otherwise I get to just kind of act brave and be the human shield. It's not really an act so much as, again, it's it's not even bravery. I just, like I said, it just doesn't really affect me, but it's just a matter of, you know, I don't mind walking in to sacrifice or whatever. I get to save my friends. But Outlast Trials, on the other hand, like, it looks fun enough. Like, not only is it a group one that I can play with friends, so it has that appeal already, but in addition, to that, it just kind of looks fun in general. Like, I would potentially consider, oh, that's it there. I would potentially even consider playing that sort of game solo just for fun, just because it looks a little bit more interesting for a streaming setup, even for someone like me, outside of the normal Outlast games. When are we going to play? Just sometime after I get back, we can start, you know, discussing kind of when. Like, I know, obviously, you got stuff going on. I'll be gone for this little bit here in the middle of the month, but once I get back, I do have co-op plans with Marcus and Charlie and Spy and Birdo here and there, although I think that might mostly be weekends, so or like a day or two on the weekends here and there. We might occasionally do like a weekday thing, but we've got a couple of plans, and I'm not gonna like stream every day of the week now that the guide work is done. I still will want to take like a couple days to just kind of do other work that I still need to do. But I'll be a lot more free to kind of like schedule things, so we can just sort of figure it out, you know, with what generally works for you, Dodo. So, and with something like Outlast Trials, I don't think we have to worry about you know, making progress distant from each other, I don't think. Like, I think you, like, level up as, like, a character, or you can level up a character, but otherwise I think you can kind of, like, drop in, drop out of various games, so if you and I end up playing with or without GD, or not GD, Jules and Moist, whomever ends up wanting to play, then we can probably still use the same characters to resume or drop into another game. Kind of just like with like Phasmophobia and stuff like that. I think you do, like I said, I think your character does level and you do unlock things, but I don't think it'll make a huge difference as far as like whether or not you'll be sort of viable to play with the group. But I have to look into it because I'm not 100% sure. What are you doing over there? Just kind of sitting. That's the way we want to go. Scream the lungs out from my body, so if here is how we level up, I will zoom. I don't know if that's how it works or not, but I'm sure that'll still be fun, if nothing else. But yeah, every little thing that I've seen about like Outlast Trials just kind of makes it look it looks fun enough. Like, again, I have not specifically wanted to stream playing it on my own, because although I think that it would be kind of fun to do, again, it starts to at that point run into the realm of like other horror games where, because I can't fight back, I don't get as much enjoyment out of it, because, well, I'm not really scared by the game, so I'm just kind of basically just playing a pure stealth game at that point, which I think can still be really fun at times, but like it's enough that I would want to play it, but not so much that I'd want to like play it super consistently. And then when that sort of thing ends up being the case, it makes me a little less likely to want to stream it, because I don't necessarily want to stream something once and then just never again. But again, with friendos, I think that'll be a different story. Anyway, all right, let's see. Go this way now. No, it's locked. I need to go. No, I need to go the other way and drop down. Must be what it is. Man, I hope the Lamenter's not going to be too horribly painful. I suspect it'll be bad, but please throw knife at guy. Thank you. Key for this yet. I think lock-on is kind of like extra weird in this dungeon. Another useless Call of Tibia item. I really wish that the consumables in the DLC were better, man. Like, obviously the hefty pots would be considered in that, and even with those included, I still feel like my statement stands, because there are some really good hefty pots, but the overwhelming majority of them just aren't really worth using, even for a run like this. Because they're just, you know, in a more casual run, you're not going to use them because they're too slow, whether you're supplementing them with regular weapon use or not. just loops around. I don't know if we have the key for that yet, if I didn't pick it up, but we want to go to the other thing anyway. First. Oh man, I gotta ruin their whole day. They're just having such a good time over there, but I need the pot that's next to them. Not really just their whole day, kind of their whole life, but still. Where you going? Alright, we are at least full up on hefty cracked pots now. I kind of forgot. I mean, not that I was going to keep with it, because I did say that I wasn't likely to, but in our initial playthrough of Shuriken Sean here, we were doing the jar friend thing of just not killing any pot dudes whatsoever. It's unfortunately kind of necessary in the DLC. Well, maybe not entirely, but there's just too many of these guys kind of in the way. But too late now anyway. Maybe we're just jar friends to the jars in the base game, and the ones here less so, because they're all completely mad. So we have no choice. We're putting them down mercifully. That's what's going on. Yo, Sass, how's it going? It's good to see you. I hope that you're doing well and having a good, I almost said weekend because I'm so used to streaming on the weekends, but it's a Wednesday, my dudes. Love the smell of a volcano in the morning, yeah. Me too, buddy. Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely excited to play Outlast Trials with y'all when I get back. So I'll definitely hit you up once I'm back from the trip, or possibly even beforehand if I have any idea of my schedule, just to kind of talk to you about it so we can maybe figure out a day to do it. It doesn't have to be like super soon. I know, like I said, I know you've got stuff going on, but we'll get it figured out, Dodo. It's kind of like a weekend, still have time off for this week. Oh, nice. There you go. Look at how long this jail ends up being. All the stuff in it. I guess, I don't know, maybe it's just been a while. I could swear there used to be enemies in here. Maybe there were early on in like an early build and they just removed them. I always feel like there's an enemy or two hiding behind these shelves, but they're not here. And I'm not thinking about like the cage ones in the other jail either. Like they're just straight up used to be something, but I don't know where they are now. So, or obviously they're just not here. I mean, but so they must have removed them. Not sure why though. They were perfectly fine where they were. It's not like you don't get ambushed by a million other things in this game, so So they wouldn't really need to, like, take away an ambush. This is, like, actually shitty. I'll be right. The back is already a lot better. I think I'll be Golden Friday, but you know. Yeah, well, hopefully you feel better soon, but yeah, I don't know. My point is just I don't know entirely what your schedule is going to be like by the time I get back and stuff, so we'll just play it by ear a little bit, I think. All right, I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do here. I should have crafted, I could discard these, but I really don't want to. I should have probably crafted some hefty red lightning pots to try, but I guess we could try regular ones. They should still have the yeah, they still have the chain ability. We just can't craft a lot of these right now, so we can give it a shot. Just see if that somehow does anything for us. Otherwise, I guess I'm just gonna leave my shit as it is and just hope for the best. If I lose my runes, it sucks, but it's not the overall end of the world. Can't tell if I hit the real one just then. Okay, that worked out all right. Oh, I picked up the wrong thing there. Okay, I really want to rot this guy if I can. I don't know if he's susceptible to it or not, but shit, he's gonna get thrown. Okay, the hefty red lightning pots do work. They're not necessarily great, but okay, all right, chill. As long as I can get rid of at least a couple with one blast, it's better than nothing. It's getting a little not good. Stop! He keeps leaving too fast. I can't fucking do anything. We need to rot. We're gonna die. We need to rot him, like, immediately. Shit. Well, this is probably going to be the last one because we're at 4 out of 6. I think once we get, well, it's like more than 6 is what kills you technically. Come on. Oh my god, come on. You're wasting time. Stop it. Oh my god, just fucking... I'm dead. I'm so fucking dead. I can't do anything. They're just spamming. Yeah, fuck off, game. That was such bullshit. There was just nothing I could do. Maybe the volcano pots are fine. We don't really have much choice because I can only craft like maybe another 10 of the regular lightnings. But I need to rot this asshole if I can. Like right off the bat, we fucked up by not doing that sooner. I could make some of the hefties, but well, they use the same shit, so I guess it's not really better. Alright, I do feel like we made decent headway there. It's just a matter of getting these guys to not fucking spam so much that we just die instantly. The hefty red lightning pots would be better. In terms of their field of, you know, damage and everything, but I don't know that this guy can be rotten, but I'm gonna try a few of these just to see. Doesn't look like it. I feel like 4 would have done it. Try one more. No, of course not. Well, I guess that just is what it is. Just aren't good enough. I knew this was going to be the problem. Like, we just can't really do enough damage to this guy or his stupid fucking clones. I'm gonna like keep trying, but we might just get completely screwed on this boss because the clones just do not die very quickly. Of course, that missed everybody. Why is it not hitting anyone? Of course. Oh man, this sucks. Maybe we could try knives. It might work, but I have my sincere doubts. I just don't think they're gonna do enough damage. But we'll give it a try. I knew like, oh shit, I have the wrong fucking thing on still. I knew that this would be one of the hardest bosses in the entire challenge. Alright, we have 9 left of those, and then we just have to do something else, but hefty rot pots aren't doing anything for us here, so we could try hefty volcano if it comes down to it, but it doesn't sound great. There's just really not much I can do. Roped would even potentially be worthwhile here just for the faster throw, but I don't know, man. Let's just make those for now, and I guess I could give myself these just to have a little something. Also, I need to, well, I guess it doesn't matter. Those do last a good while. Man, stop being such a fucking dickhead. Did like no damage to him. Oh, this boss sucks so bad. Stop that shit. So those are sort of kind of working already. Oh no, that was just the transition thing. Okay, that's fine. We got 6 of those left. Shit, we're so close. I had had something better than stupid regular throwing knives just then. If I can find the real one, we'd be better off just targeting him, but I think it's him. Yes, okay, we got him. Fuck you. Okay. All things considered, that went better than I expected it to, but also he was about as annoying as I expected at the same time. Those clones fucking suck. Thankfully, regular volcano pods still somehow MVP, so let's throw that there. We'll have to just store those ones, but I'll need to farm more red fulgur bloom, I think, to make any more of those. But those are good. Like the hefty ones especially, they create such a big lightning field, and then the chain lightning just goes crazy if you have stuff that is like stacked near enough to itself, or to each other, I mean, because you can just chain lightning through like all of them if they're within a close enough proximity. So it's really good for wiping out clusters of enemies, but it's rare to have like a giant cluster of enemies though. So I think that's all of the side dungeons done. Maybe I should add consumables to my repertoire in this fight. I mean, at least the volcano pods, man. Like any sort of big AoE, frankly, will usually do pretty good. So between spells, certain ashes of war, etc., you'll probably be fine anyway. But it's just a dumb fight. Like normally I wouldn't even really give FromSoft that hard of a time over like most kind of like potentially annoying bosses, but this one is kind of trashy. If he had just had like the clone mechanic and was just otherwise kind of annoying, it'd be one thing, but the fact that the clones build up an instant death state is really annoying. Is that all the field bosses done too? I think it might be. Because we killed those ones. Is there any field bosses that I'm missing at all at this point, aside from... Oh, well, we haven't killed Red Bear. Not that he's a field boss, but... I mean, well, technically he kind of is. We never, at least as far as using guide terms anyway, we never really considered the mausoleums to be like an interior location or like a legacy dungeon. It's still just kind of like overworld stuff. But I think, is Red Bear the only one left? Because we've not done... Yeah, I forgot about fucking... We still have 2 really annoying, potentially really annoying NPC fights. Other than that, I think it's just kind of like major boss fights. So we got Midger, we got Bale, we've got... We already did Medir, we already did Gaius, we already did Erdtree Avatar. We've got Mesmer, we've got Romina, and then just Inearlim stuff, and that's it, I think. So we've come quite a ways already. Somewhat slowly, but I guess I should do one of the NPC fights. I'm hoping Red Bear won't be that bad, but I honestly don't know. It depends on how dodgy he's going to be. We could make roped fire pots if we need to. First. How are we on resources in general? We've got 717 volcanic stone is fine for probably the rest of stream. It should be fine. Everything more or less looks okay except for the red fulgur bloom here, but we don't need to worry about that. Yeah. I think the only thing that I would maybe need to go buy would be rope. Rather, string. Because we have some, but we don't have a ton. And again, it's expensive with the way that they made that work with the new bell bearings, but something potentially worth spending our runes on at this point. Because we might want the roped pots for dealing with these two NPC fights, because regular ones are just much more annoying to throw at them. Matters too much. We did manage to rot the dancer, but we couldn't seem to get it to work against Rakshasa. And I don't know if she's actually immune or if she just has extremely high resistance. The thing is, because they're like spirit NPC type bosses, I would have expected all of them to be fully immune to any status ailment, but the dancer was not, weirdly enough. And that makes me wonder if we can make it work against these other ones. But Rakshasa was just so annoying, we ended up having to just use like round rocks and hefty rock pots against her anyway, so. Because weirdly enough, those actually work a little bit better than just about anything else. In terms of like all the dodging and shit, as long as you time it right. Might end up having to do something similar for the final two. Although, with the Black Jail Knight, I might be able to just kind of like wait for when he's doing a bigger move, especially like his rapid fire shit, and we can just sort of hit him with stuff then. At least in terms of anything that we need to target him more directly with, because he won't really be able to dodge at that point, I don't think. But we'll see how it is with what we've got to start, and if we don't like it, then I'll switch. I suppose, well, here, hang on. Let me stash these so that we can just make those roped pots to begin with, because either way, those should be fine. Stash those other ones anyway. Sort chest. And okay, that's already turned off. Oh, we actually had some of those in storage. I didn't realize. Some of the red lightning pots. Did not realize that. We also had some rot pots in storage. I should try to remember that next time. It's not a lot, but might as well take them out of there instead of just leaving them chilling in there. Okay, so roped fire pots. No, roped volcano pots. And I'll try the hefty rot pots on Red Bear, but if they don't seem to work, we'll stash them and try hefty rock pots, or, you know, whatever. I'll just make what I can with them, but we could just use regular round rocks against them, which honestly might be better. They won't do as much damage, but they don't... I don't use effectively 3 of them in a single usage that might miss, so might sometimes in that case be better off just throwing the regular round rocks. As much as I kind of don't like using that strategy just because it's like really slow and you have to like be super patient about when you use your attacks. That's okay. Let's go find out. We don't really need to worry about our runes at least, so... I expected that to go. Okay, that's enough of that fucking pixel perfect bullshit. Damn, that shit takes forever to throw. Okay, cool, he got rotted, so that's a big thing. Ow. Did he just jump over the cloud? Like, did it actually cause him to not to— oh my god, that fucking attack sucks so bad. It sucks when you use it, like it's trash. Generally speaking, but of course when bosses use anything, their version is always amazing versus your version, which is garbage. At least for the most part. Like, obviously there's some exceptions. It's not just bosses, but I just mean enemies in general. Like, pest threads is arguably better for you than it is for Kindred of Rot, although I will say that with Kindred of Rot, theirs obviously is extremely strong. That somehow just missed you entirely. Shit, it's running away. Need you to stop wasting my stuff, please, buddy. Come on, stop wasting my shit. Fucking rot's worn off. Okay. Oh, sick. We got there in one, that's great. I assumed it would take at least two if it was even gonna work again. What the fuck did I just get stuck on? This buffered roll too. I hate that fucking move. It's so delayed. Huh? Does that give him iframes, or did it get interrupted because it's or like deflected because it's a projectile? Have to start using some other shit here. Ooh, that did some fucking damage. Oh, he's dead, okay. I was waiting for an opportunity to throw. Okay. Well, all things considered, he wasn't too bad. Still really fucking annoying. I still think the Black Jail Knight's gonna be the worst one. I mean, maybe not worse than Rakshasa, but of the others that we've fought. I could be wrong. He might be totally fine, but the thing is, I don't know if roped pots are actually the right call for him. Because if he gets close to us in general, he's gonna be a problem just because of his stupid lunge shit. I guess we'll try them, but I don't know, man. It's gonna be weird. We'll try rotting him too, but again, I have no clue if that's gonna work. Alright, let's mark that as done. We've only got the one left, so... And then that should be all of the... I think all of the side bosses done. Except for... No, I think that's pretty much it. Like, I can't think of anything And by side bosses, I just mean like more minor stuff, like not mandatory or other than mandatory, because obviously in that regard, there's plenty of stuff that we can just skip still. Well, I shouldn't say plenty, but a handful of things that we don't really technically have to do in order to complete the DLC, but, you know, we're still obviously trying to do all bosses here, so. But yeah, I think before we fight this guy, I may need to take another quick bathroom break, so I will probably just quickly do that just to get it out of the way. So, not being attacked by anything, so we should be fine there. We have all of the appropriate stuff equipped, I think, so we're good. All right. We'll leave it on that really for the moment, and then I'm just going to really quickly run to the restroom, and then we'll resume in just a minute. So, give me real quick BRB. Alrighty, I am back. Okay, so Black Jail nighttime. I think everything that I want is good. He's probably still going to hit us pretty hard, but he is really like an early boss, so despite the fact that he is like a hard hitting enemy, we do have a fair bit of vigor at this point, and we have tons of Shadow Tree fragment blessings, so in theory he shouldn't be as bad as he typically is for people when they first get to the DLC. I just know that because of our lack of armor, he'll still probably hit pretty hard, but I guess we'll see. Anyway, let's give it a go. Should really do that differently. Are you kidding? He's just fucking spamming that shit still. Somehow, I was expecting a true combo there, and we didn't get true comboed, but... Okay, cool, he's rotten. That's great. Great news for us. Ooh, a little aggressive, buddy. I forgot how much this guy doesn't like to roll, which is actually hilarious because the first time I ever fought this guy, like long before the game was completed, or the DLC that is, this guy his AI used to bug and he would do nothing but roll. Like he'd attack you like one time and then he would just roll constantly. And that was the fight. He just wouldn't want to fucking actually engage in combat. And of course he has infinite stamina, so he would just fucking roll forever. Okay, it's almost badly done, but we managed. Knew that was coming. That was a little bit of a risky throw. Okay, camera, thanks, please, play along. Okay, he's no longer rotted. You can chill out on that. So kind of as I suspected, 1 is no longer enough. 2 is. That's great. Ooh, geez. Alright. As long as nothing super stupid happens, we should be able to get there. Run into it. There you go. Almost got myself hit there. That was a little about to be embarrassing. I guess we could just let Rot finish you off rather than waste anything else. Nice. I was gonna play chicken with him. I was just like, let's see if you can hit me before you die. And then he just backstepped and died anyway. Alright, well, that was a lot easier than I was expecting it to be, honestly. I kind of figured he'd be a huge pain, but again, he's in Gravesite Plain, so he's not as scaled up as he could be, with all the fragments that I have now. So, that made him pretty simple. Not that I need to do this, but I kind of want to mark this thing down here too, because I already did kill the whatchamacallit down there, the ulcerated tree spear, but I have been marking those, so. Which reminds me, I didn't mark this one or these ones either, but I have done them. Either way, it's just for the sake of it, let's do that, just for fun. So we can see all the various bosses and mini-bosses and boss-esque things we've killed, with the exception of furnace golems, at least for now. I feel like they should have made him fat roll with that armor, but then he'd have been a joke. I don't know, because I think that it would have been cool to make him fat roll, but I don't think he would have been too easy. Like, coming back now, or like once you have a bunch of fragments, like sure he'd be easier, but like, number one, like his skill gives him a lot of mobility, and then of course his crossbow is super dangerous. And because he's tanky, he doesn't really need the ability to even medium roll, so like they could have just given him fat roll, and it probably would have still been pretty balanced, honestly. Or like, in other words, he still would have been really dangerous. I suppose the next thing we should be going for is Castle Ensis, because in terms of like earlier DLC things, that would be the next in line, really, rather than just skipping like straight to Midra or something. My concern is that Rolana is going to be kind of tough, because she does dodge some projectiles at least and all that, but I guess it's fine. Should we just go to the checkpoint? I'm trying to think of how much stuff we skipped along the way, because we did skip some shit, I think. I don't know if it's anything really important. Did I get the Milady? Not that it matters, since I can't use it. It doesn't look like I have any of the light grade swords yet, which would make sense because there's only 3 and I haven't killed 2 of the bosses that drop the other 2, so I guess let's just start at the beginning and work our way through. Because I ran through there initially just to get the fragment, and then I kind of just left. I might have grabbed 1 or 2 things, but probably not much. Okay, so first of all, get rid of that. all of those. I'll take those as well. So they're good on all that stuff. And now we can craft up a couple more of those as well. Good. All right. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess we killed the troll out here and we looted, like, one or two things, but I remember, like, after the troll, I was like, I probably shouldn't bother killing most of the things here since we're just trying to get the fragment. I just felt like I was kind of wasting my time. Got the items here already, too. Seems we did get nearly everything. We just, I guess, just didn't pick up Milady. Just as I'm looking at it, it seems like we've gotten all this stuff. Which I guess, unless I just missed it in my inventory, it just seems like I'm a little surprised I didn't pick this up then. If I went out of my way to pick up some of the other shit. Yeah, so just ignored it. It's a fucking weird hitbox. It was just kind of like going right under the dog. Because he's too skinny. So that was just kind of a weird logical jump that my brain just made, but, connection, but it kind of made me want to play Evil Within 2, and there's no way that you'd ever be able to guess why. But we were talking about the dog, and I said that he was skinny, and it just made me think of him just as being kind of like, you know, oh, he's all skin and bones, which reminded me of an early cutscene in the Evil Within 2, where one of the, you know, just enemies says something like that in a cutscene. She's like force feeding a guy who's like literally dying as she's doing it. So that made me think about that game, and now I kind of want to play it. A deep dive into HD's brain process. Yeah, you know, anybody's brain makes weird random connections like that at times, but sometimes like you surprise yourself at like how you manage to get there at times, you know. I'm actually a little surprised that Mesmer soldiers aren't like more resistant to fire. You'd think that they'd be more fire coated, being, you know, Mesmer guys. It's not like I expect them to be like super resistant to it or anything, but seems like they're not particularly strong for it either. What year is it? That said, anytime I think about that game, though, too, it also makes me mildly sad about it. The fuck? Bird just, like, flew and died midair. I don't think they'll ever do an Evil Within 3 after all the, like, various shutdowns and everything, because I think... Was that still Tango, I think? I can't remember, but I think it was still Tango Gameworks or whatever the actual name of their company was. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they were one of the many developer studios that got hit by all the massive like shutdowns and stuff in recent history here, which sucks. And I don't know if they even really would have gotten around to making a third one, but I think they had kind of planned to eventually revisit it. And it's possible that a third one could still happen if somebody else like buys the IP and makes it or something, but as far as them actually, you know, the dev studio and whoever currently owns the rights to it probably just have it completely shelved at this point, so I don't know that we'll ever get a third one. Which I just find unfortunate because it's a series that had definitely a lot of like interesting stuff going on for one, but I enjoy both games, even though a lot of people are kind of like on the fence about either one or two, depending. It's kind of a weird, like, divisive, like, franchise in a way. Like, not divisive entirely in the sense that people like hate it or anything, but and there's nothing really controversial there, but more just that people either seem to love the first one and hate the second one, love the second one and hate the first one, or, you know, if they don't hate either of them, then they're just sort of like otherwise in between on it. Like, it's rare for it to be, it's rarer, I should say, for it to be someone like me who just enjoys both for what they are. Okay, so these hits are getting crazy here. Crossbow guy. What the, oh, that's not what I meant to do. Hello? Why is it like the game thought I was holding triangle? My button gets stuck or something? Anyway, the nice thing is that those games still exist to play, but yeah, I don't know. I really like the first game a lot for the kind of like return to sort of, you know, heavy Resident Evil-esque inspired stuff. Even though it's not trying to be Resident Evil specifically, it's doing its own thing. But is the dog? Yeah, there you are. Still alive. But yeah, there's also things about the first game I definitely don't care for as much. Nice. Little twofer there. I think as far as gameplay and everything is concerned, I think the second one is probably a little bit better. And the story is more cohesive, but at the same time, I find elements of it to be slightly less interesting. Like, especially with a lot of the new villains they kind of add, they just sort of feel like a little bit tacked on in a way. Like, I think conceptually the villains are interesting in that game, but like, I think especially the first dude, the fucking serial killer photographer artist guy. After him though, you've got what? You got the, does it just go from him straight to the priest, or am I skipping somebody? I might be showing something about how memorable some of that stuff is, but I guess we should craft up a little bit here. This is another NPC, which we could just skip, but I might as well kill her. She shouldn't heal, I don't think, so I don't think she'll be as bad, but she also does have, she's also not a boss, so she doesn't have boss health. Hoping she won't be too much of a pain in the ass to kill either. Kind of sad the next boys season will be the last. Yeah, I mean, it's good because, what, this will be season 5 now, so, like, 5 seasons is a good place to end it, honestly. Like, I wouldn't want them to drag it out anymore. I'm glad for the things that they've done differently with the show, even though I am a defender of the comic as much as people shit on it, because I don't think the comic is anywhere near as bad as a lot of people make it out to be, because most of the people who say that the comic is, like, really bad just haven't actually read it. there. Oh, you do heal. I don't know why I thought that you didn't. Ow. That still hit really hard, though. To be fair, we don't have much in the way of magic protection, so... I don't know why sometimes... I guess sometimes she's like... Oh, Jesus. She just rolls to the side, and it causes, like, one of her great blades to come out slightly later. Gonna keep walking around the corner and have you walk into this shit if you don't mind. You. This thing's nice and easy for me. But yeah, like, so I really enjoy the show. There's some elements about the show that have not been my favorite. I think this season has overall been good. But maybe a little weaker than some of the previous seasons. Not in all respects. Like, some of the other seasons I felt like had some kind of low points as far as, like, not anything straight up bad, just, like, not necessarily as interesting or entertaining in terms of, like, the writing and where they were going with some stuff. And some of it was just because they kind of had to, like, pad things out a little bit to be able to make stuff kind of last as long, I think. But there's enough source material there that, like, they didn't really need to do, like, a ton of padding or anything either. Yeah, what? Quite sure how you managed that one, buddy. As alluded, The Last of Us Part 2 will be very different in the TV show, so maybe Joel lives. I mean, they kind of hired a Hollywood actor to do it. Well, it would make sense if they want to change the stuff, or they'll just make it so that, you know, if he does die, they'll kill him off at the end, maybe, but... Frankly, I never had a problem with Joel dying, especially in the means of it being a catalyst to kind of kick off the story. My issue with that story is just that it's terribly paced and the writing is not overall particularly good. As far as it being a concept of, like, revenge story or something like that, I don't really care about that, like, being good or bad specifically. It's just fine, but I think that in a sort of above the table kind of way, like not in the game itself per se, but just the overall context around the game, it just felt like everyone was kind of mentally retconning, like, who Joel is as a character and why, like, what happens to him is, like, totally justified and, you know, one thing or another. And, like, I don't even care, like, again, that it happened to him. Like, the reasons that it happened to him aren't even overly important, other than just to kind of, like, motivate, like, the other, like, Abby's character. But to kind of just be like, oh, well, Joel's sort of a piece of shit and had it coming, and Abby, like, y'all should just like Abby because, you know, she, you know, totally deserved to do that. It's just like, okay, but if the whole point of the story is that, like, revenge is bad and blah, 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 to me, it felt like the overall discourse is people were taking entirely the wrong fucking things about it to heart, for one. It's a little close there, friend. But, you know, it goes beyond that. It's not just, like, the discourse either. Like, I genuinely just didn't really like the writing in the game all that much. I'm not even someone who specifically thinks that the first game is, like, anything fantastic. It's just okay. Like, in terms of it being a game, The Last of Us Part 1 is nothing special. Neither of the games are particularly good in that regard. They're okay, you know, horror genre, zombie specific subgenre, you know, like semi survival horror action games that for the most part don't really offer much of anything new gameplay wise compared to like tons of other games that were out at the time for both games. Sure, they have great graphics, you know, for their generations and stuff like that, and I do like on from a technical standpoint that The Last of Us 2 has like some really fucking cool physics stuff going on and with like all the rope and cord stuff, but unfortunately there they also like really kind of dropped the ball by barely using it in the first place. Like they use it a little bit in the beginning and then here and there, and then they just kind of stop using it, and it doesn't seem very interesting. I also really dislike the discourse of people, or the suggestion people make of just saying like, well, if you haven't played it then you can't formulate a real opinion, which is complete bullshit. That is just a way to discount other people's opinions or analysis. If like, I'm not saying that there isn't some truthful element to saying like, you know, if you haven't played a game for yourself then you probably shouldn't just judge it based on what you've seen. Like maybe you should try playing it. But even then, like if you've watched someone play a video game and you've seen a bunch of stuff from it, like you already have enough to at least formulate an opinion on whether or not you think it might be good for you. Now, saying that it might be like objectively bad is a different story, okay? But the other thing is that when it comes to a game like The Last of Us or The Last of Us 2, those games are barely games. They're more like movies, okay? Like I said, they're not really doing much of anything new when it comes to gameplay. And of their gameplay, there's long stretches of gameplay broken up by incredibly fucking long cutscenes that basically make it more like an interactive movie than an actual video game. And since what most people are judging is not the gameplay anyway, and in fact the writing, then all you need to do is fucking watch it. You don't need to play to be able to have a legitimate opinion. Like it's completely fucking stupid to just try to suggest that you can't have an opinion just because you watched it instead of played it, you know. Especially with a game like that, or even just more particularly with a game like that. Versus, you know, if you play Elden Ring or haven't played Elden Ring, but you've at least watched some of it, I still think that you can have an opinion. But if your opinions are that like the gameplay is bad and you've never played it, then I would make the argument to say like, well, maybe you should try playing it yourself because it sounds more like you've watched it and you've probably taken to heart a little bit what some other people have said about it. But maybe if you played it yourself, you might actually find that it's not as bad as some other people are making it out to be. Maybe that's exactly how you'll feel. Who knows? But you know, but if you're gonna criticize the story of a game like The Last of Us 2, then you don't need to fucking play the game. You just need to know the story. That's it. It's genuinely that simple. I think they should have made some of the cast actual soups. I would have loved to kind of see that soup origin. That is one thing that they did differently in the show. I kind of like the way that they've handled it, but I will say that like I was really rocky about it in The Boys in the first couple seasons until the like temp V stuff started coming up, because I like the idea of them just being regular people kind of going up against Vought and all these superheroes, right? But then they still introduce Kimiko, who isn't even named in the comics, by the way. She's just called the Female because, well, she's mute and most people don't really know anything about her backstory, so they don't have a name for her. And while she does have the same sort of kind of bond with Frenchie, it's in no way romantic. It's more of like a friend slash sibling kind of bond almost between the two, and it's completely silent. They don't communicate via sign language or anything like that. They're just kind of there with each other a lot of the time, and Frenchie sort of acts as a little bit of a guide slash companion slash compass for the female in the comics, rather than specifically just being like an interpreter or anything like that, you know. They're just very close because they have some sort of like deeper bond than anything like verbally or physically communicated. But in the comic, they do make all of the boys superheroes, including Huey, from pretty much the beginning of the comic. But they have a specific tailored, like manufactured, like all of Compound V is manufactured, but theirs specifically is like a specifically designed version that is just supposed to give you like super strength and durability, and that's it. Like, but like on a very high level, so that's why like as the boys, they don't specifically just back down from other superheroes because they know that they're actually as strong, if not stronger, than a lot of them, especially as a group. Um, so they can kind of act with actual authority instead of just sort of working from the shadows, even though they are basically like a CIA funded group that still does a lot of like shadow intelligence stuff. Like they can just still interact with superheroes directly if they want to without having to like specifically concoct some sort of scheme. But in a way, like I said, in the show, I do like that they do that differently because it makes the characters feel a little bit more relatable, as well as just kind of like you feel like because they're concocting all these schemes, it kind of makes them feel intelligent at the same time. Uh, Less so when it goes poorly, which it almost always does, but things do have a tendency of working out for them. Uh, could have been smashed so easily by a soup. And yeah, that is something, like, especially with Butcher in the show. Like, obviously, Homelander has this history with Butcher, which is why he doesn't just outright kill him, because he kind of he enjoys toying with him and thinks that he's superior. But there's also an underlying respect that he has for him. Like you can tell that he has a feeling of respect for Butcher that goes beyond like regular, just other people that he considers to be basically like toys. Because Butcher is someone that, despite his humanity, and therefore mortality, in the face of someone like Homelander, still stands right up to him and tells him to go fuck himself, basically. Which most people are too fucking afraid to do. um, so on some level, Homelander doesn't want to just kill him because there's just something about him that he admires. Uh, but with that said, it does feel a little bit like it comes off as like, well, Butcher's insanely lucky that Homelander just never just straight up fucking kills him, especially in the moments where it's like he probably would and just doesn't anyway. Um, Among the other boys as well. So yes, I do think that like them not having powers, it was a very bold choice. I don't know that it works out on all levels, but at least we got the Temp V stuff to kind of put some of it in there. And they went with something I like. It would have been cool if they had just other different powers too, instead of them just being like super strong and everything as well. Um, but yeah. Anyway, there's aspects of the show, like I think overall, even as someone who does like defend the comics, I think that the show is better as an overall package. Like it's the way Garth Ennis is definitely like an acquired taste. I understand why a lot of people think that his comics are just bad and stuff like that, even though I don't really agree that they're just bad or anything. Uh, but they are very like, they have a tendency to be kind of like obscene. I'm just wondering why like the blood on my character looks sort of pixelated, but I don't see any reason why it would be. It's fine. But anyway, in terms of how the show has been handled, I think overall it's written pretty well. There's certain points where they do kind of do decisions I'm not the fondest of, or it feels like they drop the ball on one thing or another. But for the most part, like as an overall package, I think the show is better. The comics, however, are, like I said, if you like what Garth Ennis has to offer and understand that what he's doing is like a very like in your face sort of satire. Like he does get pretty in there with like some obscenities and graphical nature of stuff like that. um his stuff is kind of a take it or leave it. You're either gonna like it for what it is, despite that that he does like obscene, potentially gross stuff in his comics, but he is making fun of and satirizing the shit that he's talking about. Like Garth Ennis has worked on other superhero stuff, but he wanted to make fun of superheroes, and not just make fun of them, but like, you know, to parody to them in an extent to be like, well, what would it be like if we had all these superheroes in real life? Do you think they'd all be Boy Scouts? Probably not. You know, they'd act like celebrities, and just like a lot of celebrities, they do dark shit behind closed doors because they're all like elites who can get away with murder, basically. You know, at least those in the upper echelons, right? And just like celebrities, their image is everything to them, so that's what they care about, and it's the one thing that keeps them in check, just like in the show and the comic. So it's a really cool concept. And then you get something like Preacher, which came before The Boys, and I really like Preacher. I think I like Preacher as a comic even more. The show that they made sucks. It started off pretty okay, and it just went rapidly downhill from there. Like, the first season did not really mirror the first season of the show. Let me put it this way. In the comic, in the show, like, the entire first season is basically like this big extrapolation of what happens within, like, early on in the first fucking comic of Preacher, and then they just move on from that. Whereas, like, in the show, they just expanded all of that out into, like, a whole season. It just felt super padded for no real reason. They still introduced, like, fun characters and stuff. They also moved some things around so that, like, some other characters from later parts that would have otherwise been in later seasons ended up in season 1, but overall, like, it just felt like kind of a weird start, but still entertaining enough. And then after that, when they started going into like season 2 and season 3, or however many they ended up doing, I don't remember now, I just kept being more and more disappointed. I still watched the whole thing, but I really disliked everywhere that it went. I thought, like, the casting and stuff was fine. It just they just, all the things that they were changing and stuff like that did not feel like they were for the better. And it just felt like they did not understand the comic well enough to really do it justice. So I'm glad that when the same group of people got back together to make The Boys, that they asked Eric Kripke to do the show running for The Boys, because so far, even though it's not perfect, he has handled it way better. And so The Boys show is just a much better adaptation comparatively. Anyway, sorry, let me read the rest of your thing about The Last of Us 2. I think Joel's death is okay, just how and the why was fucking dumb. Yeah, I think that they linger on it too much. Like, everything that happens to him feels like a little out of hand. Again, I don't think him dying, or even dying somewhat brutally, is necessarily bad as a catalyst for the story. But the game seems to want to suggest to you as the player, as the audience, etc., that Joel kind of just got what was coming to him, even though it really didn't feel like that was deserved, at least not to that extent. And, you know, it's about, like, how, you know, the cycles of revenge and all that kind of stuff, it doesn't really do anything for you and all that kind of stuff. And the only reason why Abby has, like, a supposedly kind of good ending is because she lets go of revenge. But here's my issue with that, and I think most people's issue, is that by the end of the game, what has Abby really fucking lost? She's basically just gained. Like, yeah, she went through hardship, like tons of it, and certainly she lost friends, but friends that she kind of didn't care that much about to begin with. And so she gained a new friend, and is, like, picking back up this whole, like, Firefly thing towards the end, and you're just kind of like, well, so the idea is that Abby let go of revenge, but she let go of it, like, at the fucking end of the story, and basically just kind of feels like she got rewarded for the things she did. She didn't really learn any lessons, whereas Ellie, on the other hand, also lets go of revenge, but by the end, she's just kind of like, she's lost everything, you know? And that's after, like, everything she had been put through in the first place. Like, it feels like they shit on Ellie's character, kind of for no reason. The overall concept of, like, killing off humans being, like, a bad thing, the way that they're trying to highlight that with enemies having names and stuff like that, feels really hollow when you consider that you're playing this in a video game, and the same video game is trying to give you all these cool gun upgrades and, you know, stealth tactics and all that kind of shit. It's just like, are you trying to preach to me that killing people in this kind of manner is wrong, or are you trying to tell me that it's cool because it's a fucking video game? Like, pick a fucking lane, dude. You know, you don't get to have like this kind of like introspective, like thought-provoking concept and then pretend like it still works as well when you're just trying to put all this fucking video gamey bullshit in there that and just pretend that it doesn't do the opposite when it clearly does. Like it just doesn't work. And then on top of that, with the story pacing just being as garbage as it is, like you could definitely come off as liking Abby a lot more if they just paced the story better. But by the time you actually really get to play as her, like for real, like it's like the halfway point of the game, and by then everybody just fucking hates her because, well, she's been built up as a villain the entire time. And then even when you do get to play as her, like they just don't do enough to redeem her as a person. Like, just like, so what? You lost your dad who was gonna kill, and this is where the retconning comes in. Like, they were gonna kill Ellie. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts about that. They don't even pretend like that wasn't the case. And I can even like forget about the whole fact that obviously they're trying to come up with a vaccine for something that vaccines don't actually work on. But whatever. Like, it's just pseudoscience. We can just hand wave that. It's a video game. Who cares, right? But the thing is, what they retcon is like there's a whole letter, which is not necessarily guaranteed that you find, but you find that Ellie is not the first person that they've done this to in the first game. Like when you're running around the Firefly compound as Joel, killing all of them, trying to save Ellie, there's a fucking letter that you can find where they describe how they've found other immune people and have tried this before and it's failed every time. And they've therefore sacrificed a bunch of people that this just didn't work on. Now, Ellie is supposed to be like the one who's got the best possible chance of it. Like it's all around her brain and yada yada. So if, you know, it doesn't mean that it's a foregone conclusion that it's just not going to work. Like it could possibly. But the point is that with all the context of things that you're supposed to find in the first game, like not only is Joel justified in doing what he did, because of course any parent is going to want to not sacrifice their daughter or surrogate daughter just to save humanity, especially when you're just kind of like, is humanity worth saving in the first place? As what would have otherwise been the poignant things being, you know, suggested to you in the first place in the first fucking game, because the first game is written way fucking better. But in the second game, where they were fucking douchebag Druckmann there, kicked out Amy Hennig and, you know, changed the writing on everything, like we could have had a probably decently written sequel, and instead we got this fucking preachy bullshit that doesn't really make sense. It's paced terribly and ultimately feels petty the whole fucking time. Like you're being preached to, but also being told like you just have to kind of sit there and accept that, like, you know, oh, well, these people definitely have it coming, the people that we deem blah blah blah, but still we're trying to tell you that revenge is bad and you need to fucking sit there and swallow that. Like, come on, man. It's so poorly put together. Like it's terribly thought out. Like you can do those same concepts and put it together in such a way where it works, but this just didn't. And that is not to say that The Last of Us 2 does not have parts that work about it, but all the parts that are specifically the best parts of that are the flashbacks with Joel and younger Ellie. Like those are the parts that actually are still good, but everything else just feels kind of fucking shallow as hell. And it's fucking kindergarten class, you know, levels of you know, revenge is bad kind of shit. The biggest thing I have a problem with is how Joel acted. Your man living in a zombie apocalypse or survival is hinged on skepticism, and you just be, oh hey, new people, and it's immediately friendly and say my name and shit. Yeah, I mean, like, I can understand them. Like they're living in a thriving community, right? Which I want to touch on again in a second, but they're living in a more thriving community, so maybe they've hit a point where it makes sense to a degree that they might have wanted to let their guard down a little bit more because they feel they can start trusting people a little bit. But at the same time, we've seen firsthand all the shit that Joel has gone through and knows damn well how untrustworthy human beings are. Hence the whole statement I made earlier of just like, is humanity even worth saving in the first place when we're willing to kill each other off for survival, right? And also for lesser means. If you look at our world, our real world in the current day, we kill each other for shit that isn't even survival in the first place. So, you know, of course Joel should be wary, and he just fucking says shit. Now, him saying his name, I don't specifically think is that weird, because he wouldn't necessarily have a reason to suspect that just because he says his name is Joel that people are going to like connect dots and immediately try to kill him, right? Because from his standpoint, he probably thinks that the Fireflies are dead and otherwise fully gone and disbanded. He doesn't know that there are people hunting him. However, him still putting his guard down, going to like join into a house full of fucking people that he has no clue who they are and what they're up to, that's where shit gets like a little okay. Like, obviously they don't feel like they have a lot of choice in the matter because they were just being chased by a big horde, but like both Joel and Tommy walking into that situation with their guard fully down just does not make sense, you know? Shouldn't have even been in this situation. Yeah, I do agree that like the overall setup for it is very weak. But this is the other thing that I'm saying, like, just to touch on the thing I said that I would, is that they're in a thriving community, right? Okay. And that is something to point out about the whole Firefly agenda in the first place, is like, not only is there no guarantee that a vaccine was going to work, and this is more to touch on like how people argue that Joel fucking doomed everyone by killing off the Fireflies. Clearly he didn't, because not only is there no guarantee that the Fireflies were going to have a workable vaccine, but people are still managing to live in the apocalypse. And even if you created a working vaccine, all that does is hopefully prevent more people from getting infected, right? But here's the thing, how do you even distribute something like that in the apocalypse? You have a cure, and okay, so who's to say the Fireflies don't become the new big bad once they have the cure that everybody wants and they're lording it over everybody? That's already one problem. But how the fuck do you distribute a vaccine across the United States, let alone the globe, in the apocalypse where all infrastructure is broken down? Like, you just can't. It doesn't work that way. Yeah, fucking magic. So everyone, this is not a criticism of the game so much as everyone who defends, like, Joel having it coming because he doomed humanity. Like, no, he fucking didn't. Humanity's already been doomed. Like, anyone who gets to live today is doing so because they're working together and they're surviving, or they're just whatever, they're doing what they have to do. The vaccine in the grand scheme of things is going to mean jack shit in the immediate interim, and maybe somewhere down the road they can use it at a point in time where once communities have established themselves well enough, they can actually start to kind of share things and make the vaccine work. But the point is, because of that, there, by the time a vaccine would even be viable, it would probably be like many decades later. So it's like, how would you even possibly use such a thing? It's not a goal that's not worth trying to achieve, but like, I just feel like everyone got so short-sighted when they were trying to like defend the game, and they were just also being like, well, Joel's like clearly the bad guy. He's like, no, he's not. He's not a good guy, but the shit that he does in the end of the first game is the same shit anybody would do in that situation. You're gonna just fucking feed your surrogate daughter to a goal, some lofty goal that is probably not going to work, and otherwise, even if it does, like, what the fuck difference is it gonna make? And even if you knew for sure that it could somehow be the silver bullet that was going to save all of humanity, would you still, as a father or any parent or surrogate parent, be willing to sacrifice your own child for the quote unquote greater good? I think most people would not, because that's your family. And it's not just your family, it's your kid, And even people who specifically don't want kids and don't have kids, I think, can understand that there's a difference when you have children. Because I don't have kids, but I know damn well that if I did and was not like a complete fucking piece of shit deadbeat dad or something like that, if I was in my kid's life and wanted to be in my kid's life, there's no way I would be willing to give up my kid for the rest of the fucking world. Not a fucking chance. Anyway, one thing that could mayhaps put a dent in the thing spreading is via water sources. That's kind of all. Yeah, but even then, like, you can't just like be drinking from those water sources easily. They still have to be purified to begin with, because there's probably very few water sources that are actually safe to drink in the first place. But yeah, for ones in communities that have already secured a piece of land and are thriving well enough, like sure, you could probably make it work there, assuming that you could actually vaccinate the water source. I don't know how well something like that would really work, but some sort of miracle cure, not specifically a vaccine, like yeah, maybe. All right. This is why I want to get back into video game essay and analysis type stuff, like I've said that I would, you know, and I do plan to do it. You know? What the fuck? That went through the floor. Did y'all see that? You know what? I'm gonna just go by you, I think. For the moment. We can come back and kill you later if I want to, but I don't think he drops anything specific, so there's not really a point in even killing him. But that fucking firebomb like went right through the floor. Volcano pod, I mean. I probably don't really have the means of leveling up, but it would be kind of nice to do so before we fight this boss that I'm expecting to be a bit of a problem. I don't know if volcano pots are the play here either. Maybe lightning pots, but this is gonna be a strange situation because I don't know how well she's... She does dodge, although she's not quite as bad as Millennia, I think, although I could be mistaken on that. I honestly don't remember. She might be worse. I would like to rot her if possible, but I don't know if volcano pots are going to do very much damage. Especially anytime she's standing in the water. Come down here and get this stuff first. When you have a good and secure base, do you even still need to go through the trouble of trying to cure the world? Yeah, that's kind of the point that I was making, is like, if humanity is already kind of thriving, like, obviously a vaccine does not prevent danger of other... the danger of other, you know, infected from still attacking you, so it's only a preventative for getting infected, that's all. So it doesn't remove the danger. Also, hey, Jules, thank you so much for the raid. Hold on, let me give you a shout out. Oh, thanks, Dodo. See, is that going to do a video, or do we have to do a shout out video first? I know, like, afterwards it does, but is my video even still working, is the question. Let's do one. If it is. How was the rest of Valorante? Oh, Elden Ring. What do you know?
You want to see me die to him, don't you? You want to see me die with the big fucking horse guy.
You know?
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He might know. Oh, he knows! Oh my fucking god, bro! What the fuck? He's not. Is he right behind me? Is he right behind me? Is he? Oh my god! He's right there! No, don't sprint! No, the sprint! Sprint! Move fast! Oh my god! Did you see his fucking sword?
He's right behind me, isn't he?
You idiot!
That's fucking perfect. I knew that moment was coming too. Just, haha, you idiot! I'm safe in here. Oh no!
Please go. You idiot! Where's my health? Where's my health? I'm so hot. It's so hot in here. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Charlie just fucking giggling in the background. Too good, man. Y'all are gonna play some more Elden Ring at some point, right? I think you had said that you planning to at some point resume the seamless co-op. One of these days we got to do like a bigger, like after you beat it, we got to do like a bigger seamless co-op and just do like some silly shit, maybe a randomizer or something. Just get together as like a slightly bigger group. I think that'd be fun. But we'll wait until you've until you've gone through it, so you have the full experience first. Ended on a win finally. Let's go. I know you guys, like, I think your first match you guys had a win too, but yeah, you guys had a few rough games in there. I mean, I feel like that's kind of expected when you 5-stack, right? Especially when you got some high-tiered players in your group. It'd be even worse if I was with y'all because I'm so far out of practice now that, especially if I was playing with bad ping, I'd probably be doing very little of anything to contribute. The run's going good so far. We're doing consumables only in the DLC, and I've done, well, I guess that's kind of a little bit of a spoiler, but I've done nearly everything at this point. So I won't say any like more specifics because you might do the DLC at some point. But yeah, this is a run that I did in the base game or originally. So I just, once the DLC came out, I was planning to bring this character into the DLC just to continue doing consumables only. So this is like the whole challenge is we just can't use anything other than consumables to fight with. Can't use weapons, can't use spells, any of that stuff. And it's fun. It sounds like it would be really difficult, but it's actually not as bad for the most part. There's definitely some fights that get really challenging, but yeah, I've been enjoying it. 2 wins and 3 losses. Yeah, I feel like that sort of thing is pretty common though with Valorant. Like it can really just go either way. I just know that like because that game, it, you know, with it having the amount of rounds it does in like a normal game, like I realize how like rough it can feel at times, especially if things just aren't kind of going your way. But yeah, at some point I will hopefully get a chance to play again and get practiced again. If for nothing else, maybe just some customs. Since I'm not in Australia, it's, or, you know, anywhere close, the ping is always kind of an issue, but that is okay. I still want to do some COD with y'all pretty soon here. Once I get back from my trip, we can... I've already got a bunch of co-op stuff planned with different people, but definitely I still want to do that. Maybe some hunt with Moisty if he still wants to do that too. I think he does, but I just gotta find some time for it. I'll still be like working, so I'm not gonna be like streaming every day. Although we don't necessarily have to play it on stream, frankly. I'd be down to play it off stream too. Especially just to get into it, because I have not played any of the big multiplayer Call of Duty games like at all. The last like Call of Duty game I played was, I don't know, man, many years ago, and I'm pretty sure I only played a campaign. I've seen plenty of gameplay, but it's not one of the shooters that I've played online. But it does look like fun. I play Outlast Trials. Yeah. Outlast Trails. It'll have the same effect. Yeah, it is up to 4 people, so if we get the chance, we might be able to do like a 4-stack in that at some point, but I had already talked to Moisty, and I think you as well, Jules, about doing some Outlast Trials with y'all if you want to do some, just as another option for some spooky game stuff, because I've been wanting to play Outlast Trials for a while now. I never got into Outlast 2. I played the first game and the DLC, the Whistleblower DLC, but I've not streamed myself playing them because, as you know, like horror games don't really spook me at all, so I tend not to play like pure horror games on stream just because I feel like I don't have much of a reaction to them, so they're kind of less fun to do on stream, but every once in a while I'll still play them off stream just for fun. But usually I prefer, if I'm gonna stream it, I prefer something that has like action horror type stuff, or survival horror, so that I can actually like fight back. But with Outlast Trials, on the other hand, not only can we play it together, which is always a lot more fun, but even if I was gonna play it solo or something, I still think it's got like enough that I'd probably enjoy for some streams. You're too brave. I mean, look, you know, I don't mind being the human shield. I'll walk in and take a bullet for you anytime. But yeah, I don't know why. I think not since I was a little kid have like horror movies or games really gotten to me, and I think a lot of that is just because it started being one of my favorite genres from a very young age, so I just consumed tons and tons of horror games and movies and all kinds of stuff, so they just don't really get to me at all anymore, and haven't for a really long time. That's still one of my favorite moments from Lethal Company, though. You made it out. Well, I've been shot. casually. I just took a little bullet or two, no problem. I was really not expecting to get out of that moment either, just because the fucking... those nutcrackers, man, those shotguns, they usually just kill you in one hit. Desensitized a little, I guess. Probably. I don't know. The thing is, even when it's something that does kind of get to me and I don't expect it, I've never really been, like, from a kid or otherwise, I've never been someone who gets a big reaction from horror. Like, at most, I might jump a little or something, but I don't, like, vocalize in any way. Like, I don't get spooked in that sort of way where I'd, like, yell or scream or something. That's just never really been a thing for me. I try to level really quick. We're gonna have to use like a lot of runes, but might as well go into this without worrying about losing anything. $260. Need like 38,000 still. Can we get 38,000? I don't know if we have enough. Have to kill something. Maybe not. Slightly off. There we go. There's no Resident Evil when the zombie looks at you over the shoulder is the only game to give me the creeps. I remember the first time I played the original Resident Evil. I was pretty young. And the PlayStation was completely new to me. It was one of the first games that I played on PlayStation. Because we didn't get it like right when it came out. It was like maybe 6 or 8 months or something after the console was released in North America. So we were like a little behind, but then again, I feel like back then people weren't like so crazy about trying to buy consoles like the moment they came out either. They weren't as big. They were still big, but not, you know what I mean. Still a baby, but I do love them. Honestly, I really enjoy watching you and Moist go through horror stuff because both of you get like super spooked by shit. Immediate right. But it's always a good time. But yeah, no, the first time that I played that game, I was pretty young. I don't remember what age, but definitely like a little kid. Or little-ish, I should say. And I barely knew what the hell I was doing, but I still was like fascinated by that game. I would get my ass kicked all the time because I did not really understand how you were meant to play. 96, I would have been 7, yeah. So I guess 7 or 8, depending on when I actually played it. But I think I want to say I played it the year that it came out. So, but yeah, if that gives you any idea of like the age that I was already very interested in horror, which means that probably by the age of 5, I was already watching stuff I shouldn't have been watching and consuming as well. So definitely desensitized a bit. All right, so we're gonna fight Rolana, or try to anyway. I don't know that this is gonna go particularly well with this setup because I don't think volcano pots are gonna work very well, but we can try. I also want to try rotting her first, though. I remember I thought the ye old Prince of Persia was fucking scary, but Doom was definitely scarier. When you say ye old, do you mean the actual original Prince of Persia or like the PlayStation version? Because like the PlayStation, like the original was very different than the console ones with like the time reversal stuff. I've never played the super OG ones that are just like small pixel sprites. The only Prince of Persia, or the first one that I played, I would say would be the series franchise that started off on like is it PS1 or PS2, or that era, I should say. It may have come out for multiple consoles, but with, you know, the Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time is what I mean. It was the first one that I played. I never played the originals, the super OG originals, I mean. But yeah, Doom, I played the original Doom. And definitely that game had some jump scares in it, especially early in the levels. There were bits where you'd be like wandering around and it would get like fucking pitch dark, and then you just walk into a room and then the lights slam on and you're just surrounded by fucking possessed Marines and stuff, and they're all just shooting at you. And that particular thing in the first Doom, there's like it's in like the first or second level where there's a moment that which is exactly like what I'm describing, and that scared the shit out of me the first time I played it because I was very young. And again, I didn't like scream or yell, I just like jumped in my seat, but like but I remember being like scared enough by that moment that like every time I tried playing that game after that, like within like the next year anyway, that I would recognize that moment and just dread it every time that I got to it, because I was just like, I'm gonna get jump scared, I know it's coming, but I'm gonna get jump scared. OG with the weird hops and shit, you had to find a sword and fight a guy. Yeah, I never played like the super OG pixel style ones, but all right, let's give this a try. Oh shit, I forgot to use my flask. Use it. Okay, one is enough to rot, which is great. We'd want to keep her on the bounds of the arena if possible, just to kind of make her a little bit more likely to get hit by fire. She's kind of walking sort of into it. Screwed up. She kind of held that one. She's walking into the water now. You know, there didn't used to be a chair in this arena. Did they add that in the last patch, or was that, maybe it was like when the DLC came out? Like in the first patch, but there didn't used to be a chair there. Right here. Shit. I'm expecting her to switch phases here soon. She goes. She's gonna do the magic. So I'm like way too far away for her to do anything else. I'd like to rot her again. But I don't know if I'm gonna have a good chance to do it. Oh, come on. I still couldn't roll out of that. Of course. Yeah, the chair didn't used to exist. They added it, I think, in the most recent patch, which is weird that they bothered, but... Well, I don't know if that was a worthwhile trade, but... Heal, please. Too early. Oh, nice buffered attack, and I got rolled into that. That was bullshit. Okay. Those have higher tracking than they used to. Slightly backwards. God damn that attack, man. No, come on. Not like this. We're so close. The fucking rot ran out too. Okay. Had to clutch it up a little bit at the end there because I was misplaying the crap out of that, but we got there. I knew she would be a little on the tough side with this build, but at least we didn't have to change anything, so that worked out pretty decently. Thanks for the GGs. What the fuck is that sword? Yeah, she's got, she has, oh right, I don't have it right now, but she, drops, or not drops, she uses a pair of light greatswords, which is a new weapon class in the DLC. So light greatswords is like just the class itself, like she just has a specific paired version, so you get like, you dual wield when you're trying to two-hand instead of actually two-handing one sword. But they work sort of like the Sword of Night and Flame from the base game. Like they have a fire and magic moveset, and they scale with both intelligence and faith. Or more specifically, the fire one scales with faith, and the magic one scales with intelligence. But it's got a really cool moveset. So you need like 70k to level up again, so it's going to be a little bit. But we're done there, so just throw that on there. Alright, so what's left at this point? So what time is it? We've been going for 3.5 hours, that's fine. Probably won't go super long today, but maybe do at least one more big boss, at least, unless we get like stuck on it. We can maybe do a little bit more than that too, but there shouldn't be much left, because we've done like all of the side stuff, and some of the major bosses now, including the one we just killed, but both of the Dancing Lions are dead, Putrescent Knight's dead, Rolana's now dead. Medir is dead. Gaius and the Shadow Tree avatars are dead. The boss Hippo is dead. So really, we just have Midra, Mesmer, Romina, and then the stuff in Anir Alim. Is that it? Forgetting anything? I mean, there's still the furnace golems, but I don't know if I'm gonna bother with them or not, because they're not bosses, so we don't need to do them to still do all bosses. But secondly, I don't know how easy they're going to be with this. You know, I kind of want to try something, though. I don't want to kill the one in the Ancient Ruins just because we need him for rune farming, at least for now. Later on, we might kill him, but did we... I just want to see how likely it is to get a stance break off of like fan daggers to the legs with one of these guys. So I'm just curious. Ouch, it's not. He's swanging, man. The only problem is I did not make any fire pots, or, you know, hefty fire pots, so I should probably stop now because we don't have the means to, like, really kill this guy properly. We can't take advantage of critical attacks on his faceplate, so we can't really get good damage on him that way, but if we knock him down and throw fire, like a fire pot in his head when he's getting back up, then we could do some damage with that, theoretically. But we should really get furnace pots if we're going to do that, to make it a little easier. But anyway, the point is, that was just a test. I'm not going to try killing this guy right now. We should probably buy more of those. Fan daggers are going to have to go back to the cave for. I'd really rather have an intro cutscene for her than a chair to imply she was sitting around. Yeah. I don't know why they added the chair. It seems kind of unnecessary. Like, I mean, it's fine if she was just chilling on a chair and stuff, but yeah, I mean, she is a boss that would have been cool to have a cutscene for. Like, not every boss needs a cutscene, but I do think that her having one could have been neat.
Hello again.
Especially since her sister has one, so. Let's get, like, I'll end up buying more of these later, but I'll have to, like, farm for them, so I'll just buy, like, 200 right now. Okay, do we need anything else? Like, are we particularly low on kukri? We can live for now with that stuff. Okay, all good. So is it really just Mesmer? Am I missing something? I mean, again, other than the furnace golems, I mean. Mesmer is going to be a pain, probably. I mean, I guess we could do Midra. I guess I would rather do Midra before Mesmer. What I might do is, like, we'll do Midra, and then if I feel like we could kill some furnace golems, maybe, but I'll probably just end it after Midra otherwise. Midra plus possible furnace golems. And then I'll save Mesmer, Romina, and Irelim for next time. And I'll also, if somehow it goes super fast, which I don't expect it to, but if it does, I will line up another game to play next time. Although, maybe nothing big, because I don't want to start anything big before I go on my trip, because I'm going to be gone for 10 days. But once we get back, we can look into some other games, as well as obviously all the co-op stuff that I've talked about, so we can start doing some of that here and there. But yeah, it looks like I've done all the jails, I've done all the catacombs. And yeah, we've done pretty much everything. Done all the field bosses. So yeah, okay. I guess we're good then. Let's go to Midra's Manse. What am I going to fight Midra with? I don't think Volcano Pots are going to be the play at all. I think maybe we're going to be better off just, hanging out with him in melee and just kind of like hitting him with fan daggers and shit. But he has a lot of health. Compared to like the other DLC bosses, I think he might have... He either has the most or he's one of the highest. What's that last bit? I welcome you, oh uninvited guest. I've decided every stranded soul is just southern for some reason. I welcome you, oh uninvited guest, but I must warn, as you venture in, heed the words of our great master Midra. Approach not the madness, lest ye succumb. Thanks, buddy. Why are they southern? I couldn't tell you, but they are. Let's forget about that grape back there. But yeah, the thing is, Midra, I think, should be relatively resistant to fire. So I don't know that the volcano pots are going to be the right play for us here. And you got your message like super buried in the stairs there. Like a weird material item almost. Okay, up a couple more of those, please. It's funny that they added this little ramp of shelves here. I think I said this in my first playthrough of the DLC on stream, but this little ramp of shelves didn't used to be here. It used to be that you just had to drop out of there's like a hole directly above this in the room above where all the rats are that you can hear. You used to just have to drop down to that item, but I guess they put this in here so you wouldn't have to, and I don't know why, but that's how it is. I meant to turn around as I threw that, but... Oh, okay, he did not the attack that I thought he was going to do just then. Out of stamina. Oh, that always goes so far, okay. All right. Goddamn plates and cups and shit. Oh, that really didn't hit you at all? Okay, well that one I expect to not hit because it didn't go where I wanted it to, but... Ow. Completely stun locked? Okay. That's way too thick. This isn't gonna hit you through the wall, right? No, it does. Sick. Not that we needed to do that, but that guy likes to grab you as soon as you're around the corner. Now that the dude has calmed down, we can finally die to something else, yeah. That's usually how it goes. Man, I hope, don't get me wrong, like, it'll be nice to see my family and stuff, extended family and whatnot, as well. But, I'm already kind of excited to come back and do some co-op with folks. I'm definitely looking forward to Outlast Trials. I think it'll be a fun experience. They've also added new stuff recently. I saw that they added a new, I guess they call them Prime assets or reagents or whatever. Just the unique, like boss enemies, if you want to call them that. Just the more significant characters that hunt you throughout the levels or whatever. that I expect us to be dealing with any of that like right off the bat, because I don't know how much you have to go through in order to like access the various levels or unlock things, etc. Because I've not played, but there's at least like 3 now, I guess, because there were just, I think, 2, or unless I'm like forgetting one, maybe. But aside from all of your other like all the other crazy folks running around trying to kill you, the other like reagents or whatever they're called, you've got the uniques of Mother Gooseberry, I think was the first one, and I don't know if Leland Coil is the second one. I don't know if he was introduced at the same time or if they added him later. And then the new one is Franco Barbie, aka Il Bambino. Also, how's it going, Miscreant? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good week so far. Put that on temporarily. Oops. A bit farther than I meant for it to, but at least it still hit my target. And that landed in a hole somewhere. Why are they zooming around so much? It's not normal. I can't believe he hooked himself around the corner like that. That was crazy. These rats got moves, man. It'd be really funny if you could fall into the hole. You probably can't, but it would be hilarious, though. The rat, I mean, not me. I can obviously fall into the hole. Okay. Nyar. Called it. Alright, let's rest that up, and then I gotta figure out... We still have a little bit left to clear yet, but once we get up to the boss, I might switch up my loadout a little bit, because I don't know that volcano pots are going to be good against Midra. I feel like they won't be. We could try them, but I suspect that, well, number one, he's not going to sit still very much unless I get right up in his face, and even then, he's still not really going to sit still. So we might be better off using mostly knives and shit, but we're probably going to still want, like, to rot him at the very least. So we might be able to get away with rot and knives, but I don't know what his rot protection is off the top of my head. I don't think he's immune to it, but I suppose he could be. Alright. Open up a shortcut for no reason. It's not no reason, but, I mean, I've never needed this particular shortcut. It's just sort of there. Considering they give you a grace right before this room, I don't know that that shortcut really serves much of any purpose unless you just want to leave and come back later. And even then, I'm not sure that it's particularly useful. So dude did come out down there. We also need to go down there to grab that item that I missed, but I was thinking about angling something down to hit him there. I should probably fight these guys from here, actually. Just because it'll be more dangerous up close for sure. The big guy in particular, since from a distance they can't really do much. Probably didn't really need that extra one. Oh well. Okay. We'll drop a Revered Spirit Ash too. Not that we need those, but technically we were missing some. There's like 2 in this place, I think. Although honestly, I don't know what we're gonna do with half of these like ingredients and stuff that we're picking up, because like swollen grapes are useful for something that you can craft, but nothing that I'm gonna end up actually using, I think. Sort of stood there and took that, huh? Should be a 3rd one over there. Yes. Alright, so now go ahead and craft these, but we are probably going to switch to something else. Let's just go ahead and take those off with the assumption that we will use something else. Is it 2nd floor chamber or Midra's library? I don't remember now. I mean, I could have just climbed up the ladder, but I thought this would be faster. Okay. So what are we going to want to use, if any, pots? Maybe roped ones even, if we're going to try to stay close to him. But even so, if we use roped ones, what damage source would we want here? Oh, I didn't stash them. I was wondering why I wasn't going to let me craft them. Oh, I think my roommate's back. Hang on 1 second. I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Sorry about that. Okay, 1 second. Just check something really quick. Okay, so yeah, I think, get back to the game here. I'm trying to remember specifically. I want to say Midra is strong against fire because, you know, Lord of the Frenzied Flame. Speaking of which, we should probably bolster our own madness resistance a little bit, and also I think doing magic damage will be okay. I want to say he's weakest to slash, if I remember correctly, but we don't really have slashing weapons. Piercing is the best we're gonna do here, but I don't think he's like strong against it at least, so we could use like magic pots or something like that, but I think we might be better off mostly just kind of trying to rot him if we can, although I'm pretty sure he is strong against like rot and possibly poison as well. With that said, if we can get him rotted in like 2 hefty rot pots, that might still be just fine anyway. But I think we'd be better off with like physical or possibly even fire protection here. Let's for the moment say fire, and then what has decent focus on it? 83. That isn't specifically heavy. The braided cord has good focus. Okay, just to help prevent us from getting madness, we could throw on some really light gloves too and still be in late load. It's gonna screw up our Dancer's Charm a little bit, I think, but we're not getting a lot out of it anyway. In which case, maybe we should just throw on more defense. Because I don't think we're going to get much else out of other counters, with the exception maybe of like the counter one, the Spear Talisman, because we might use piercing attacks from our throwing knives, but I don't know how often we're going to actually get counter hits is the thing. So for the moment, let me just see how we go with extra defense. And then we should throw some sort of like pots on here that are not volcano, because those aren't going to do much. Just so we have them. Question is what? If there was if there was a pot that did slashing damage, I would definitely use that, obviously, but that's not really a thing. Interestingly enough, I would almost see this as like potentially somehow a useful use case of Call of Tibia if the skeleton summoned counts as doing slashing damage, but I doubt that's going to be the case. So I think we're going to not worry about that. Regular magic pots, lightning or red lightning. Well, we don't want to make red lightning pots at this point, I think. We could do just like frost pots, I suppose. Just try to frostbite him. We still have some means of making more of those, I think. Yeah, not tons, but it's something. I guess we'll give it a try, but I am still going to just start by trying to rot him and just see how we do. Well, not in this stage anyway, but what am I going to kill you with? I guess round rocks will probably be fine. It's a little slow, but all right, let's give it a shot.
The depths of your foolishness!
Oh, those are slower than I was hoping. He does not take much damage, huh? Probably not going to get a lot of opportunities to use kukris. So I guess we can use them on him. Bleed would be nice. There we go. I guess we can watch this the first time. I suspect we're going to die to this dude a bunch, so maybe, maybe not. I'm going to try not to, but we'll skip it after. But it is kind of a rad cutscene.
I have endured more than enough. I ask you forgive me, dearest Nanaya.
Such a cool reveal. Get around him fast enough. Okay, well, we rotted him in 2. That's still pretty good. Frost. That attack comes out really quick. Also, where did my knives just go there? That was weird. We're like missing him point blank, which really sucks. Just because he has such a fucking skinny frame. Oops, that's not what I was supposed to do. Yeah, I screwed that up. It's okay. I rolled just like a second too early. No, get away. How did... Okay, I don't know how I got hit there. I got screwed there. It's just poor timing to try to do a thing. Shit. Follow up. Maybe I should just not go for frostbite at this point. I would like to rot him again if I can get the chance. Shit. Okay, we got there. I probably should not have healed, but... Okay, good, we avoided it. Oh fuck, he did the cancel. Got to attack immediately. What? Okay, that's... I got robbed on that fucking roll. I can't lock on. There we go.
Sorry, I'm late.
Hey Anna, thank you so much for the 34 months. Sorry, 1 second. Thank you properly once we're out of this. I should not have gotten hit by that there. Got 2 heals left. I'm gonna hold off on using them. No, no, no. Oh, the fucking butt scratch animation. Alright. Nothing I could do about that. He's so close. Shit. That's my last heal. Okay. Hey, we got there. First try. It was a little scuffed, but, oh shit, I should have used a fucking golden horn tender. It's so easy to forget with that fight, but that he drops like a bajillion fucking runes, so you should use what you can to get even more. I think we'll just go to 50 vigor at this point. I don't really see the point in like leveling much of anything else. Okay. Take those off. Put your other stuff back on for now. It went pretty good, all things considered. I expected it to be way worse, honestly. I mean, it was still rough, but I'm not really disappointed with that. Okay, now, Anna, thank you again so much for the 34 months. Don't worry about being late, it's all good. Change the bunny litter to pine pellets, but I haven't found an effective way to separate the soiled pellets from the clean ones, so chore day takes a long time at the moment. I gotcha. Understandable. Alright, so we're really just down at this point to Mesmer and Romina and all that kind of stuff. I don't know how much. Maybe I should save it for the next stream, because we're not going to complete it today. Yeah. I think we'll probably just... Oh, wait, we got Bale. I completely forgot about Bale. Let's go fight Bale. We'll do that today, and then that'll be it for today's stream. Can't believe I forgot about him, though. Is there anything we need to buy before we do anything with this? I think, once again, volcano pots might not be the play here. We can maybe rot him. I think that should be doable. But fire, I think he's going to be somewhat resistant to. The one thing I will say, well, he's kind of resistant to just about everything, if I remember correctly, but with that said, I'm pretty sure he's weak to piercing, so we actually have like a better shot with these weapons. We should probably put those harpoons on too, even though they're not going to do that much. But let's try rotting him, and then we'll just stick with what we have. But then we'll just throw knives at him, I guess. In which case, we should just go with defense again. Maybe just physical in this case, though. I don't know if we need lightning as well. It's also like flame lightning, so it does like both fire and lightning damage, I think. So rather than just going all up on defense, I think we just do that. But we could like throw, since we're not, I don't know if we need the blue dancer charm. Just leave it as it is. We'll try it. But I still want to start by potentially rotting him. And what I'm going to maybe try to do is summon... If the fight goes well, I will potentially try to summon Egon right at the end, so we get a chance to see Egon, but I'm not going to summon him for the fight, because it would kind of go against the challenge, so... Keeping this man company while I was throwing pots and pans at everyone. I wish I could throw pans. That'd be fun. So hungry. Well, I hope you get yourself something nice to eat. Yeah, we're not going to go much longer. I mean, unless I get stuck on Bale or whatever, but even if that happens, I'll probably just save him for next time. Because I don't want to go super long today, but I am going to try to stream either tomorrow and Friday, or at least one of the 2 days. I probably won't go super long on Friday if we do end up streaming then, because I also need to like pack and stuff on that day. Because I have to leave at like 2 in the morning on Saturday so that I can get to my grandmother's house in Pennsylvania by like the early evening, so anyway, yeah. Alright, I guess, well, hang on. If we're not caring too much about fire damage, do we want to do something else? There's not really a lot of great things to use is the thing. I guess we could go with like the heal over time crystal, but I don't know. Is that even worth it? It's kind of like meh. Poise actually might not be bad, but honestly, just throwing like some extra. We don't actually have all the knot tiers. I just realized we're missing the dexterity one and whatnot, but we could just throw strength on there for a little extra range damage. It won't do much, especially since we don't have the dexterity one, but honestly, I think I'd rather just have that than fire. Okay, let's give it a shot, y'all. Missed, I believe. Okay, cool. We got the rot. Now I just need to, like, get out of this corner. There we go. Okay. I'm like completely fucking stuck. There we go. Yeah, that did 5,000. No. That's oh shit, I rolled the wrong way. Okay. That's damage he had already taken. I thought the harpoon did 5,000 damage for a second there. It's still, the harpoon to his face does do good damage, but it's still stupid that they only let you carry like 5 of these. Okay, I rolled a little late for that distance, I guess. Should just be running that, not doing what I'm doing, but it's fine. What the? Okay. Are you really staggered that much? Man, I'm fucked. Okay. I get hit by one of those and it completely fucking ruined everything for me. Not where you want to be with that one. Early. That attack, I'm always a little I always fuck up. I, again, spammed to roll one too many times. 5 heals left. Shit, I forgot about the... Oh shit, that's bad. Oh fuck, I didn't get out of there in time. Avoided the initial part of it, but not the secondary part. Where the fuck is Egon's summon? Can't really look anywhere right now. I can't fucking even look away from him for a second. Oh, it's way over there. Honestly, we might have to just kind of forgo Egon. He's so far away. Alright. Sorry, Egon. No, yeah, I know where his summon sign is. I just meant where in proximity to me. Shit, I should have looked at the screen. Sorry. It's such a cool death animation that he gets, and I always forget to look at it. Alright, well, that could have, again, I've been kind of brute forcing some of these fights. I don't feel like I've been putting as much skill into some of these consumable only fights that I've done in the past. But just because I feel like with the Shadow Tree fragments kind of carrying a little bit, I don't know how necessary it is to like play perfectly. Which I'm fine with, by the way. Like, it's nice to just not have to fucking play perfectly. Because that was one thing about the base game, at least with some bosses anyway, where, like, because a lot of bosses are actually pretty easy in the base game too, but, like, a lot of stuff just felt like it was extremely difficult, and required that I play, like, way better than usual. Well, maybe not than usual, but, you know, just demanding that I actually bring my A game, let's put it that way. Okay, well, yeah, I think that's probably gonna do it for today. Sorry, does Egon, I don't remember anymore, does he drop his stuff if you don't summon him? Because I feel like he maybe doesn't, but I honestly don't remember. I really wanted to summon him right at the end, but it just is what it is. Just figured I might as well pick it up even though we're not really going to do anything with it. I wish at the very, you know, it would be nice if at the very least you could buy the Dragon Communion harpoons with Egon's bell bearing so you didn't have to craft them. It's still stupid that you can only carry 5, but like the farm for them also sucks. How weird he is, like a hitbox. Huh. Didn't notice that before. Okay, well, let's go ahead and mark that. So yeah, that's everything in the DLC done except for Mesmer. Maybe there's some stuff to do, yeah, although I'm pretty sure I cleared the majority of the ancient ruins, so it's really mostly just Romina. There might be like 1 or 2 things here that I skipped over, but nothing like important, you know, item-wise or anything, so it wouldn't really be worth revisiting. So yeah, other than the furnace golems, it's Mesmer, Romina, and the bosses of Erdtree, and that's it. So, you know, I guess we will do that stuff next time. Difference is the Ash of War and the bow. Oh, yeah, that's right. Completely forgot about that. It's not like I'm going to be using that anyway. Alright, well, I guess that'll do it for today. I think we might raid Sammy again if she's still streaming, because she was also playing Elden Ring today. And I know she's getting close to the end if she's not already there. So, yeah, let's... Seems like an appropriate time to be raiding her, so let's do that. But yeah, so obviously I'm going to stop it here, guys. I'm going to try to stream hopefully tomorrow and Friday, but if not both days, at least one of them, I would hope, unless something comes up. Because obviously I'm going to be gone for like 10 days starting this Saturday. So I'll try to get what streaming in that I can in between like little bits of work and stuff, but I'll be working kind of while I'm on vacation anyway, so when I do come back I shouldn't have to like catch up like crazy or anything. At least I hope. But anyway, yeah, y'all, thanks so much for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it very much, as always. Just hang out with me and spend your time here. But yeah, we'll be back to hopefully finish this on the next stream or the next couple of streams, depending on how stuck we get on some stuff. I've been surprised that we haven't gotten stuck more on some of the bosses that we fought, especially today, but I think we're going to have a harder time with Mesmer and the Erdtree stuff. Maybe Romina, but I don't know if she'll be as bad. We'll see. Anyways, y'all, have yourselves a good one. Take care of yourselves. Say hi to Sammy for me if you would. And yeah, I'll see y'all on the next one. All right. Peace out, everybody. Bye-bye.